and his love for those who surrendered their lives to him and helped him. Certainly these special souls that helped him extensively in the early days. His gratitude was boundless. And as we heard later on in the 8th canto, that one may have difficulty in one ashram. The ashram wasn't the main thing. Wherever one would find strength, one should situate oneself in those circumstances so that one could continue in one's Krishna consciousness.
The Dallas Temple was quite involved in studying Bhagavad Gita, and we would have a verse for the day, and that would be chanted before every part of the morning program. It would be chanted before the prasadam prayer. As a group, we would recite the verse, and the idea is that by the end of the day, pretty much you knew the verse. And in this way, we were quickly learning entire chapters of Bhagavad Gita. So we were quite proud of ourselves. And there used to be a prize if you could chant an entire chapter of Bhagavad Gita without making step. But at the end, and Prabhupada stressed upon us that as nice as it was that we were chanting the Bhagavad Gita in Sanskrit, it would actually be more important to know the meaning.
Consciousness was completely genuine. So those
for the school.
Krishna's choice.
Krishna's choice. He chose Dallas.
Yes, we got a nice house.
Capacity, brain capacity, as a way to kind of playfully stir up some controversy about the Hare Krishna movement, and then he knew that people would be talking about it, and it was a way that Prabhupada, just like, an uncle might tease the children of his son and pinch them or make fun of them. I think Prabhupada often played the role of the elderly uncle, kind of making fun or teasing in various situations. But ultimately, before Prabhupada left Chicago, he did tell the devotees that the women who joined this movement are just as intelligent as the men are.
One of Prabhupada's lectures there at the temple, someone asked, what is it like to be in the position you're in? It seemed like the question was addressed, what is it like to be the guru? What is it like to be in your exalted position of so many people worshiping you and so forth? He just said, I am never afraid. It was amazing. You could have heard a pin drop for about 30 seconds there. It was just completely quiet.
So we greeted his car there. It was a very short distance from the curb of the street to the temple, but we greeted him throwing flowers. And then he went into the temple and offered his respects to Radha Kalachandji. And if he spent any time in the temple at all, he hardly said anything, very short. Glad to be here, glad to see the children again. And he went up into his room where he's passing out rasgullas.
Everyone's sort of dispersing and going back to their respective places, the classroom, I was taking my son home. And all of a sudden, one of Prabhupada's servants came running through the building saying, Prabhupada wants to see all the children. It was such a terrific surprise. And, the mothers got their babies. He said, everybody, all the children. Because at first we were thinking it was just the school children. And we all came up, and he said, Prabhupada has rasgullas for all the children. And so everyone started lining up. And Prabhupada gave a rasgulla to each child. The kids, all they've seen is pictures of Prabhupada. They've heard stories of Prabhupada. They learned the obeisances to Prabhupada. But here he was. And they were just awestruck. And my heart was so filled because having a child, I knew how he's reaching them on such a personal level. And he even asked for the babies. And Jagadish, he would say something about each child. Prabhupada, this is so-and-so, and he would say a thing about him. When I brought Ishwar Puri up, he said, and this is Ishwar Puri. He's Mandaleshwar's son. He's a rascal. And Prabhupada just laughed, and then he gave him the rasgulla. Then he dropped it. I picked it up and gave it back to him. And years later, we saw this footage, and Ish told me, he said, when I dropped that rasgulla, you picked it up for me. That's been the story of my life. I'm dropping Krishna consciousness, and you're always picking it up and giving it back to me.
I specifically remember a meeting in which some of the teachers asked Prabhupada's advice about teaching. And at that time, I seem to remember there were kind of two camps. One camp really wanted to be very loving to the students. They somehow wanted to control the students through affection or through love. And then another camp of teachers wanted to be very strict with the students. And I remember very clearly that Prabhupada said that we needed to communicate affection to the students. I can't remember the precise words that Prabhupada used, but I remember very clearly getting the message from Prabhupada that the teacher needs to have real affection for the student, and he needs to be able to communicate that affection to the student. Otherwise, how will the student take what the teacher is giving? There may certainly be discipline, but this real affection coming from the teacher to the student has to be there. The other thing that happened before I arrived there was that Prabhupada had visited a couple of years prior to this visit, and he wrote a letter in which he said, if the students are beaten or if the stick is used on the students, he said, I'll use the stick on the teacher. So my understanding of that was always that the teachers should not consider themselves the highest authority, and they shouldn't misuse their position as teachers, and they should always be mindful of the fact that they're answerable to a higher authority, and that whatever they administer to the students, that they certainly will have to either enjoy or suffer themselves in the future. Also, what's prominent in my mind is that Prabhupada always loved children. He just, before, during, and after my Gurukula experience, I always remember Prabhupada being very affectionate to children and to anyone who was in the dependent situation.
I was, recognized as being something of a hyperactive, a little bit out of control, difficult to deal with kid. My first remembrance of Prabhupada was the wave of utter and absolute thrill and excitement that I experienced seeing him, which even as a boy took me by surprise. And when Prabhupada came around, it really transformed me. You took one glance at Prabhupada and you were there. And you could step right into it. It was more than tangible. You ate it, and it would last about as long as I was, in Prabhupada's company. After about an hour, I'd start losing it and start acting, 7 or 8 years old again. It really seemed everyone was very harsh in comparison to what Prabhupada was about. And so as soon as Prabhupada would come, then it's like we would get nice clothes and we'd get new bedding, and the prasadam was like really good, and the harshness of the discipline went way down, and which is sort of like the opposite of if you have a military superior officer coming through, then what happens is the discipline gets more and more severe and strict. And here it just seemed to happen that when Prabhupada came around, people lightened up a little bit. They seemed to become a little bit more blissful and respectful and sweet.
I remember being in New Vrindavan with Prabhupada the first time. I must have been 2 or 3 years old. And the deities would open. We'd be standing in front of Vrindavan Chandra, and I would be dancing and holding Prabhupada's hand. And you zone in on small little details, and the detail I remember was holding his hand, and I would stop dancing because I'd start rubbing the palm of his hand because it was so soft. The softness of Prabhupada's hand reminds me of the way that I feel about Prabhupada. And after a while, he'd let go of my hand and he'd sort of motion for me to dance and jump up and down, and smiling and making me jump higher and more and more. After the kirtans, Prabhupada would go and sit down on his Vyasasan, and everyone was sitting and listening to class, and I'd run out to the garden and pick a flower and run back in and pay obeisances in front of Prabhupada and hand it to him. Pay obeisances, run back out, pick a flower, run back in, pay obeisances. I just kept doing this all through the class, and Prabhupada never said anything. You know, for me, I didn't have that fear of Prabhupada. You could tell that he would let you come close to him and hold his hand, and he'd encourage you to dance. Then, when I got older, I was in Dallas, Gurukula, and I must have been 5, maybe 6, and Jagadish Maharaj would be standing there introducing each of us as we walked in the room, what our name was, who our parents were, what temple we were from. And Prabhupada would give us a rasgulla sweet. I remember for some reason, we went through quite quickly, but there was a couple of children where Prabhupada would ask more questions about them. And by that time, I had learned that Prabhupada was someone really special, and I was nervous. And they were asking questions about me when I was there, and I was like, hurry up, hurry up. This is making me nervous. And so I came back from Dallas Gurukula to New Vrindavan in 1976. And that was the last year that I saw Prabhupada. I didn't go down and hold his hands at that age, and I didn't go down and offer flowers like I did when I was small. And I used to sing in a temple, and at one point, Prabhupada had asked me to sing. And I came inside the room, and I sang the first verse of Samsara Dava, and he said, keep singing. Some other people came in and started talking, but I left the room. My mother had always wanted me to sing. It just came up later on that I liked singing, but Prabhupada had asked me to keep singing that day that I went into his room.
I gave my obeisances, and Atulananda was there. He gave me Prabhupada's garland. So I was like really nervous, and as soon as I got up, I looked at Srila Prabhupada, who was sitting behind his desk. And the first thing he said, so you were Henry Ford's great-grandson? And I said, yes, Srila Prabhupada. And then he said to me in a very grave voice, he said, so where is he now? And so I was a little stunned. My immediate reaction was, well, he's dead. But then I was thinking that this wasn't really what Prabhupada was talking about. He was saying, where's his soul now? Which I didn't have a really good answer for. So then Prabhupada spoke for a little while, and he was saying something along the line that Henry Ford was such a famous man. He said, now you should become just as famous for being a devotee.
There was a teacher who I'd been cultivating. He was teaching the public school, and he had won the award for being the best teacher in the county, and he was interested in Krishna consciousness. But he had somewhat of a disaster in his life because he had doubled as a bus driver. And on Valentine's Day, one of the children he let off the bus had crawled under the bus to retrieve a Valentine. And he had run over this child and killed it, not knowing the child was there. So he wanted to meet Prabhupada, but at the same time he was in distress. So I asked Prabhupada if he could see him, and he said, yes, bring him this evening at 7. And so I explained to Prabhupada that he had this concern because he was being sued by the parents. And so Prabhupada began to ask him so many questions, you know, to get all the details of the story. And I was kind of surprised. Did you have insurance? Did you look both ways? I mean, he was asking almost like his attorney, asking him all the particulars of the case. And then after he heard everything, Prabhupada said, it's all right, no court of law will hold you responsible for this. You did everything you were supposed to do. And then this boy was completely relieved. It was then that Prabhupada actually began to seriously preach to him, and he began to tell us a story about Werner von Braun, the V-2 rocket scientist from Germany that had come over to help develop the missile program in this country. And apparently Werner von Braun and an assembly of scientists had stated that he thought the whole purpose of science is to prove the existence of God. So Prabhupada was making arrangements that some devotees would bring him copies of his books. Then he began to explain how the universe was like a machine, and that God was ultimately the driver of the machine. So then I got excited. I said, Prabhupada, this is wonderful. I said, he's such a famous person. If he becomes a devotee, then... And then he cut me off. He said, we're not interested in speaking to him because he's a famous person. He said, we are interested in speaking to him because he's come to the right point. He said, that is our interest. So he immediately corrected me, that he wasn't cultivating the man because he was famous or that he could do something for us, but rather because he had actually come to this serious point of inquiry.
One time when we had a big ceremony in the temple, the little girls that you see here, I had many of them, over 20, and they all had to behave properly, and it was a bit of a chore to do it, and one of them started crying, and I actually had to take her out of the temple room and put her in a classroom. And then later, after Srila Prabhupada finished his program in the temple room, he was headed to his own quarters, and usually he went directly to his quarters. But instead, he stopped in front of one classroom, the classroom that I'd put the child in, and there was no way that he could see through the door to see that there was anyone in the classroom. It was a solid door, but he opened that door particularly, and when he opened it, it bumped right into the child who had fallen asleep in back of the door. And then she quickly got up and paid her obeisances, and I'll just never forget that compassionate look on his face, seeing this child's tear-streaked face and frumpled clothing from laying on the floor. And she sat up with her hands folded, and he touched her head. And that one gesture of Srila Prabhupada, giving love to this child who I'd had to have removed because of her behavior, taught me more than anything, because Srila Prabhupada was so warm and so personal. Then I realized that if I'm following in his footsteps, I better at least try to become a little like that myself.
There was a garden off to the side of the temple that had been made quite a nice place with a little fountain and a lot of tulsi plants. And he used to have evening darshans out there, and the devotees would read from Krishna book. And at one point, Brahmananda was reading from the Krishna book, The Kidnapping of Rukmini. And in the middle of the story, in the part where Krishna actually grabs Rukmini and makes off with her, Prabhupada suddenly sat upright, and eyes got very big. He said, yes. And as they were driving away, he said, she was driving the chariot. And he made like this gesture, like holding the reins. She was driving the chariot, not that she was just some weak woman not able to do anything. She was actually driving the chariot. Because he got so excited about that, I went and looked it up in the Krishna book to see if there were any details like that, but there weren't any. So apparently he had some kind of inside track on this particular pastime.
Prabhupada chanting in the temple room in front of Radha Kalachandji. I'll never forget this. Prabhupada got into chanting the Mahamantra over and over and over, and the devotees absolutely went wild. It didn't start off wild. It started off as normal chanting. We were all sitting down. But it just got to a point where it was building up to such a fervor. Everyone was like running back and forth between Radha Kalachandji and Prabhupada at the other end, because it's a big temple room. We went back and forth, and it just seemed like it went on for an ecstatic eternity. And at one point I stopped and looked at Prabhupada chanting sort of over the side so I wouldn't get, trampled, because it was a rather wild group. But I remember looking at Prabhupada, and I said, this is the whole reason he's come, simply to chant the holy names. And I just had this picture in my mind of Prabhupada chanting. I'd like to die with that picture.
Prabhupada went for a morning walk in Taliban. And Prabhupada came out in this open field. And as soon as he stepped out of the woods and onto the field, he stopped and looked at the devotees. And he had a serious concern in his countenance. And he asked, why are these fields fallow? And why aren't there any men working these fields? And where's the oxen? And that really impressed me. I was the only one farming at that time. I didn't say anything. But it really touched me that Prabhupada was attentive to what was being done in the agricultural realm. He had an awareness of the importance of an agrarian culture, not just for the sake of, having your own food if and when the economy fails and all that, but for the sake of, as he explains, living off nature's gifts as a matter of relationships, where everything and everyone is, assisting everyone and everything else in serving Krishna. And that kind of spirit fosters an appreciation for everyone and everything, which also fosters more appreciation of the designer of this whole perfect arrangement. And also, seeing food is more than food and water is more than water, but sacraments. I've been doing farm work and conservation work all my life. And I'd seen the plight of the American farmer, from 1950 on. I saw the introduction of tractors and how they displaced the draft animals, from which came overproduction of food, from which came government paying the farmers more for not growing than they get for the crops, from the farms all going under, being bought up by the big exploitive farmers. So I saw this whole syndrome. And then I saw, by this concern, and it wasn't just a question, you could see in his face a serious concern that this would befall the devotees in New Vrindavan, because he was aware of this whole tendency and syndrome. His terminology, defining the tractor as the killer of the bull. If you're not seeing yourself as dependent on the land and dependent on the oxen, and you're not going to have the proper appreciation, you're not going to have cow protection on the level of what he defined as, the cows are jolly. They're not jolly unless they're contributing to society. So seeing these things that Prabhupada would pick up on gave me such an appreciation of the depth of his wisdom and the integrity of his understanding of all aspects of spiritual life.
In the summer of '73 is when they started work on Srila Prabhupada's palace. I came in August. Right away, I started working up at the palace. So when Prabhupada came in '74, there had been correspondence with Kirtanananda Maharaj and Srila Prabhupada about the palace, and Prabhupada kept on saying he was very anxious to come see the palace. And me and my godbrother, Gosta Vihari, we were the only two people that were working on the palace at that time. It was just some concrete blocks. There was no roof. It was mostly just a mud floor. I think they just started to lay marble in one room, and they only had like 2 pieces of marble down. And the rest, it was just, a construction site. Nothing at all really to look at. And Prabhupada, he got out of the car, and I remember he had a big smile on his face. And Kirtanananda Maharaj was showing him around the palace and saying, this is where the deity room will be, and from your study you'll be able to look at the deities, and this will be your bedroom and your bathroom. And Prabhupada was just smiling, beaming. And he was taking his cane and poking it on the walls, and he poked the door jamb, making sure things were solid. And there was a pile of cement that just had some plastic over it. And Prabhupada said, you should cover this better. Me and Gosta Vihari were there. We thought, why did he say that? It's perfectly covered with plastic. And it wasn't until like a week after Prabhupada had left that when we opened it up, when it had rained, some water had gotten in and ruined some of the bags. Prabhupada was so alert, he'd notice things like that. And then Bali Mardan Prabhu said, Srila Prabhupada in the Krishna book, it says that Krishna's palace was illuminated with the jewels on the wall. And Prabhupada lifted his cane up and waved it towards the devotees. And he said, "These devotees are my jewels."
I rejoined Prabhupada in New Vrindavan, 1974. I was away for 6 months. And that's when I had gotten married, so now I was a grahasta. This one day, the secretary starts reading this letter, and it's from one of Prabhupada's disciples, and he's the temple president, and he's married. And in the letter, he asked Prabhupada if it's okay if he gets a divorce and remarries. In the same paragraph, he asked this question. So I'm just rubbing Prabhupada's back and listening. And Prabhupada gave his permission. He said, yes, that's okay. So as soon as he said it, I just couldn't understand how Prabhupada had given that answer. I had been with him for a long time, listened to so many classes. Prabhupada speaking about Vedic society and marriage and no divorce. And when he said that, I just became, I guess, confused. Of course, I didn't say anything. It wasn't my position to speak. And I knew Prabhupada, what he said was correct, but I didn't understand it. It was probably the only time where I felt like that I just didn't understand Prabhupada's answer. And every evening, I would give Prabhupada a massage as well. So that evening, I was actually so troubled that I just thought, I'm going to say something. I have to ask Prabhupada why he had said that. And I was at the foot of his bed, and I was rubbing his legs and rubbing his feet. And Prabhupada is lying down in bed, just so peaceful, which is a little troublesome because you don't want to say anything. But it was bothering me that much that I did. So finally, Prabhupada, you remember during massage today, that devotee sent a letter and he asked you if it was okay to get a divorce. And I couldn't even say get remarried. And as soon as I said it, get a divorce, Prabhupada said yes. I told him it was all right. I said, yes, Prabhupada, that's why I'm asking. Because you always say that no divorce, there's no question of divorce. Once one is married, they stay together. But you told him it was okay. And Prabhupada said, yes, in your country, these things are going on, very common. And again, I had thought a lot about, what I wanted to say to him. So as soon as he said that, I said, yes, but also in our country, meat eating is common, and intoxication is common. I said, but these things are all forbidden for us. And then he changed his tone, and he became more serious. Yes, he said, if I tell him no, still he's going to get a divorce and get remarried. So if I tell him yes, then the offense is not so great. And as soon as he said it, I could hear it in his voice, and of course immediately I could understand Prabhupada's compassion for everyone, for all of us. And it's that quality that I got to see all the time with Prabhupada being with him outside of the temple room, where he would always speak from the Vedas, and the Shastra, and always spoke the absolute truth. But as he dealt with us, Prabhupada was very kind and very compassionate. So I felt very happy. And of course now as years go by, you can see Prabhupada's compassion more and more.
Similarly, God consciousness means whether you are free from all sinful activities. That God conscious person is not inclined to any sinful activity.
His terminology, like defining the track.
Able to look at the deities, and this will be your bedroom and your bathroom.
That's okay. So and letter in 6.
It is room when we thought Prabhupada calls and he's in the, you know, the deity of taken is making plastic. The Hari were there, we thought. And it wasn't until like it gotten in and ruined. And then Bali Mardan, Palace lifted his
Oven. I rejoined Prabhupada in
Let's you stand there. Let's see. It's tied. You want to tie? No. It's, yeah, just untangle it. It's actually, it's growing, it's growing. It's growing, it's growing. This one? Yeah. And lift it. Yeah. Just to get back. Okay. Yeah, that's it. That's good. No, that's it. Just tighten as much as it can. It becomes tight and then loose again. So I'll just make it as tight as possible now. And then rely more on this. You want to get this down? Is this good in all the way? Yeah. No, it's not completely. Okay, that's good. Yeah. This side.
Yeah, maybe it's too late now. Nothing's too late. Never too late for love.
और कौन आया है? उद्देश्य प्रभु आया। No. Can you play? Hare Krishna.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Ye anilo prema dana karuna prachur. Ye anilo prema dana karuna prachur. Hena Prabhu Kotagela Acharya Thakur. Hena Prabhu Kota Gela Acharya Thakur. Kahamura Swarup Rupa Kahasanata. Kahamura Swarup Rupa Kahasanata. Kaja Saragunata Patita Pava. Kaja Saragunata Patita Pava. Kahamura Bhata Yuga Kaha Kavira. Kahamura Bhata Yuga Kaha Kavira. Eka kale kota gela Gauranatara. Eka kae kota gela Gauranatara. Kota Pasane kuti bo mata anale pasibo. Kuti bo mata anale pasibo. Pasane kuti bo mata anale pasibo. Pasane kuti bo mata Goranga Kunera Nidhi Kotagele Pavo Goranga Kunera Nidhi Kotagele Pavo Goranga Kunera Nidhi Kotagele Pavo Ragunera Te Sambatangira Sange Te Koila Vila Te Sabatangira Tange Te Koila Vila Ratange Te Sangana Paya Kande Narotamara Te Sangana Paya Kande Narotamada Paya Deyanilo Premadana Karuna Prachurinanila Deyanilo Premadana Karuna Prachur Tena Prabhu Kota Gela Acharya Tena Prabhu Kota Gela Acharya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Srila Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Prabhupada Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Devata Swami Niti Namine. Prabhupada. Srimate Bhakti. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvitesha Sunyavadi Pasachare Sacharine. Prabhupada. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvitesha Sunyavadi Paschachare Sacharine. Prabhupada. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasari Gaur Bhakta-vrinda. Nityananda. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasari Gaur Bhakta-vrinda. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
You can do kirtan. You can do kirtan as long as you want. You can go a little longer if you want.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Bol. Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha, Kala Chandi Radha, Kala Chandi Radhe. Jaya Radha, Kala Chandi Radha, Kala Chandi Radhe. Jaya Radha, Govinda Radha, Govinda Radhe. Radha Govinda. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladev, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Jagannath. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada, Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Go Premanandi, Hari Hari Bo. His Divine Grace Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Holy Disappearance Day of His Divine Grace Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami,
Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Go Premanandi, Hari Hari Bo. Yes, translation. Wow.
Yeah.
Forgot about that. That's important. We can make it bigger. Turn it this way. He who brought the treasure of divine love and who is filled with compassion and mercy, where has such a personality as Advaitacharya gone? Where are my Sarup Damodar and Rupa Goswami? Where is Sanatana? Where is Raghunath Das, the savior of the fallen? Where are my Raghunath Bhatta and Gopal Bhatta? And where is Krishna Das Kaviraj? Where did Lord Gauranga, the great dancer, suddenly go? I will smash my head against the rock and enter into the fire. Where will I find Lord Gauranga, the reservoir of all wonderful qualities? Being unable to obtain the association of Lord Gauranga, accompanied by all of these devotees, in whose association he performed his pastimes, Narottam Das simply weeps. Jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
So we thought that we would just read from Srila Prabhupada's Leelamrita book until more devotees come into the temple room. And then once that happens, we can start having maybe some of the Prabhupada disciples speak. So right now we'll just start reading. So would you like to read first, Prabhu? Okay. This is where Prabhupada's already in New York and starting out how he struggled in the beginning. So it's starting with chapter 3. So. Okay. 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 Yes. Yeah.
So reading from Srila Prabhupada Leelamrit, Volume 2. The name of the volume is Planting the Seed, Chapter 3. Name of the chapter is Struggling Alone. Quote, I used to sit in the back and listen to his meetings silently. He was speaking all impersonal nonsense, and I kept my silence. Then one day, he asked if I would like to speak, and I spoke about Krishna consciousness. I challenged that he was speaking manufactured philosophy and all nonsense from Shankaracharya. He tried to back out and said he was not speaking, Shankaracharya was speaking. I said, you are representing him, that is the same thing. He then said to me, Swamiji, I like you very much, but you cannot speak here. But although our philosophies differed and he would not let me speak, he was kind and I was nice to him. Srila Prabhupada in conversation. Prabhupada knew no one in New York City, but he had a contact, Dr. Ramamurthy Mishra. He had written Dr. Mishra from Butler, enclosing the letter of introduction Paramanand Mehra had given him in Bombay. He had also phoned Dr. Mishra, who welcomed Prabhupada to join him in New York. At the Port Authority bus terminal, a student of Dr. Mishra's met him as he arrived from Philadelphia and escorted him directly to an Indian festival in the city. There, Prabhupada met Dr. Mishra as well as Ravi Shankar and his brother, the dancer Uday Shankar. Prabhupada then accompanied Dr. Mishra to his apartment at 33 Riverside Drive, beside the Hudson River. The apartment was on the 14th floor and had large windows overlooking the river. Dr. Mishra gave Prabhupada a room to himself. Dr. Mishra was a dramatic, showy personality, given to flashing glances and making expressive gestures with his hands. He regularly used words like lovely and beautiful. Presenting an artfully polished image of what a guru should be, he was what some New Yorkers referred to as an uptown Swami. Before coming to America, Dr. Mishra had been a Sanskrit scholar and a guru, as well as a doctor. He had written a number of books, such as The Textbook of Yoga Psychology and Self-Analysis and Self-Knowledge, a work based on the teachings of the monastic philosopher Shankar. After he came to the United States, he continued with his medical profession, but as he began taking disciples, he gradually dropped his practice. Although a sannyasi, he did not wear the traditional saffron dhoti and kurta, but instead wore tailored Nehru jackets and white slacks. His complexion was dark, whereas Prabhupada's was golden, and he had thick black hair. At 44, he was young enough to be Prabhupada's son. Dr. Mishra had been suffering from bad health when Srila Prabhupada came into his life, and Prabhupada's arrival seemed the perfect medicine. Ramamurti Mishra. His Holiness Prabhupada Bhaktivedanta Goswami Ji really knocked me down with love. He was really an incarnation of love. My body had become a skeleton, and he really brought me back to life. His cooking, and especially his love and his devotion to Lord Krishna. I was very lazy in the matter of cooking, but he would get up and have ready. Unquote. Dr. Mishra appreciated that Prabhupada, cooking with the precision of a chemist, would prepare many dishes, and that he had a gusto for eating. Ramamurti Mishra. It was not bread he gave me prasadam. This was life, and he saved my life. At that time, I was not sure I would live, but his habit to eat on time, whether I was hungry or not, that I very much liked. He would get up and say, "All right, this is Bhagavad Prasadam." And I would say, "All right." Joan Sewell, an old student of Dr. Mishra's, often saw Srila Prabhupada and her teacher together at the Riverside Drive apartment. Joan Sewell. I had a memory of Swamiji as a child, in the sense of his being very innocent, a very simple person, very pure. The impression I have from Dr. Mishra is that he regarded Swamiji as a father figure who was kindly and good. But basically the words most often used referring to Swamiji were like a child, meaning that he was simple in a classical, beautiful sense. Dr. Mishra mentioned to me when I was first introduced to Swamiji that he was a very holy man, very religious, wrapped in God consciousness. Swamiji was very sweet. I myself remember him as a very, very good man, even in the practical details of living in New York, which seemed to involve him very much. But he was a practical man and was looking for the best place to begin his work. I remember very well that he was always careful about washing his clothes out every night. I would come in and find a group of students in the living area of Dr. Mishra's apartment, and in the bathroom would be hung Swamiji's orange robes. Unquote. Srila Prabhupada would sometimes discuss with Dr. Mishra the aim of his visit to America, expressing his spiritual master's vision of establishing Krishna consciousness in the West. He requested Dr. Mishra to help him, but Dr. Mishra would always refer to his own teaching work, which kept him very busy, and to his plans for leaving the country soon. After a few weeks, when it became inconvenient to maintain Prabhupada at the apartment, Dr. Mishra shifted him to his Hatha Yoga studio on the 5th floor of 100 West 72nd Street near Central Park. The large studio was located in the center of the building and included an office and an adjoining private room where Prabhupada stayed. It had no windows. Philosophically, at complete odds with Prabhupada, Dr. Mishra accepted the absolute truth in the impersonal feature, or Brahman, to be supreme. Prabhupada stressed the supremacy of the personal feature, or Bhagavan, following the Vedic theistic philosophy that the most complete understanding of the absolute truth is personal. The Bhagavad Gita says that the impersonal Brahman is subordinate to Bhagavan and is an emanation from him, just as the sunshine is an emanation from the sun planet. This conclusion had been taught by the leading traditional acharyas of ancient India, such as Ramanuja and Madhva, and Srila Prabhupada was in disciplic succession from Madhva. Dr. Mishra, on the other hand, followed Shankar, who taught that the impersonal presence of the absolute truth is all in all, and that the personality of Godhead is ultimately an illusion. Whereas Prabhupada's theistic philosophy accepted the individual's spiritual self as an eternal servant of the supreme spiritual being, Dr. Mishra's view accepted the spiritual self as not an individual. Rather, his idea was that since each person is identical with God, the Supreme Brahman, there is no need to worship God outside oneself. As Dr. Mishra would put it, everything is one. Prabhupada challenged, if each of us is actually the Supreme, then why is this Supreme suffering and struggling in the material world? Dr. Mishra would counter that the Supreme is only temporarily covered by illusion, and that through Hatha Yoga and meditation, one would become enlightened, understanding it is all the Supreme. Prabhupada would again challenge, but if the Supreme could be covered by illusion, then illusion would be greater than God, greater than the Supreme. Prabhupada considered Dr. Mishra a Mayavadi because of his inadvertent acceptance that Maya, illusion, is greater than the absolute truth. For Srila Prabhupada, not only was the impersonal philosophy unpalatable, it was an insult to the personality of Godhead. According to Krishna in Bhagavad Gita, unintelligent men who know me not think that I have assumed this form and personality. Due to their small knowledge, they do not know my higher nature, which is changeless and supreme. Fools deride me when I appear in this human form. They do not know my transcendental nature and my supreme dominion over all that be. Lord Chaitanya had also strongly refuted the Mayavad philosophy. Quote, everything about the Supreme Personality of Godhead is spiritual, including his body, opulence, and paraphernalia. Mayavad philosophy, however, covers his spiritual opulence and advocates the theory of impersonalism. Unquote. Before coming to America, Srila Prabhupada had written in his Bhagavatam purports, quote, the ambitious Mayavadi philosophers desire to merge into the existence of the Lord. This form of mukti, liberation, means denying one's individual existence. In other words, it is a kind of spiritual suicide. It is absolutely opposed to the philosophy of Bhakti Yoga. Bhakti Yoga offers immortality to the individual conditioned soul. If one follows the Mayavad philosophy, he misses his opportunity to become immortal after giving up the material body. Unquote. In the words of Lord Chaitanya, Mayavadi Krishna Aparadhi. Mayavadi impersonalists are great offenders unto Lord Krishna. Thus, Lord Chaitanya had concluded that if one even hears the commentary of Shankar, one's entire spiritual life is spoiled. Dr. Mishra was content to align himself with the philosophy of Shankar and allow Prabhupada to stay with Lord Krishna and the Bhagavad Gita. But Srila Prabhupada pointed out that even Shankar accepted that the personality of Godhead, Krishna or Narayan, exists eternally beyond the material world. Therefore, he is a transcendental person. Narayanaha paro vyaktat. A mendicant, Prabhupada was temporarily dependent on the goodwill of his Mayavadi acquaintance, with whom he would regularly eat and converse, and from whom he accepted shelter. But what a great inconvenience it was. He had come to America to speak purely and boldly about Krishna, but he was being restricted. In Butler, he had been confined by his host's middle-class sensibilities. Now he was silenced in a different way. He was treated with kindness, but he was considered a threat. Dr. Mishra could not allow his students to hear the exclusive praise of Lord Krishna as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Spending most of his time in his new room, Srila Prabhupada kept at his typing and translating. But when Dr. Mishra held his yoga classes, Prabhupada would sometimes come out and lead a kirtan or lecture. Robert Nelson, one of Prabhupada's first young sympathizers in New York, quote, I went to Dr. Mishra's service and Dr. Mishra talked. Swamiji was sitting on a bench, and then all of a sudden, Dr. Mishra stops the service and he gets a big smile and says, Swamiji will sing us a song. I think Dr. Mishra wouldn't let him speak. Somebody told me Dr. Mishra didn't want him to preach. Unquote. Every morning, several hours before dawn, Prabhupada would rise, take his bath, chant Hare Krishna on his beads, and work at his translating. While outside his closed-in, windowless chamber, dawn came and the city awoke. He had no stove, so daily he had to walk the 7 blocks to the Riverside Drive apartment to cook. It would be late morning when he would come out onto the busy street. He would walk north on Columbus Avenue amid the steady flow of pedestrians, pausing at each intersection in the sweeping breeze from the river. Instead of the small-town scenery of Butler, he passed through the rows of 30-story office buildings on Columbus Avenue. At street level were shoe repair shops, candy stores, laundries, and continental restaurants. The upper stories held the professional suites of doctors, dentists, and lawyers. At 75th Street, he would turn west and walk through a neighborhood of brownstone apartments and then across Amsterdam to Broadway with its Center Island Park. The greenery here could more accurately be described as blackery, since it was covered with soot and city grime. Broadway displayed its produce shops and butcher shops with their stands extending onto the sidewalk, and old men sat at benches in the thin strip of park between the northbound and southbound traffic. The last block on 75th before Riverside Drive held high-rise apartment buildings with doormen standing. 33 Riverside Drive also had a doorman. Sometimes Prabhupada would walk in Riverside Park. Still careful for the condition of his heart, he liked the long stretches of flat walking area. Sometimes he would walk from Dr. Mishra's studio down 72nd Street to Amsterdam Avenue to the West End Superette, where he would buy produce and spices for his cooking. Sometimes he would wander through Manhattan without any fixed direction, and sometimes he would take buses to different areas of the city. On weekends, Prabhupada would accompany Dr. Mishra to his Anand Ashram, 1 hour north of the city in Monroe, New York. Joan Sewell, who used to drive them, would overhear their animated conversations in the backseat of her car. Although they spoke in Hindi, she could hear their discussions turn into loud, shouting arguments, and afterward they would again become friends. At Anand Ashram, Prabhupada would usually hold kirtan, with Dr. Mishra's students joining him in the chanting and even in dancing. Dr. Mishra was particularly fond of Prabhupada's chanting. Dr. Mishra, quote, I have never seen or met any devotee who sang so much. And his kirtan was just ambrosial. If you pay attention and become relaxed, that voice has very electrical vibrations on your heart. You cannot avoid it. 99% of the students, whether they liked it or not, got up and danced and chanted. And I felt very blessed to meet such a great soul. Unquote. Harvey Cohen, a visitor to Anand Ashram, quote, everyone got up early and went to morning meditation. Dr. Mishra was dressed in a golden Indian-style jacket, and his students were already deep into it when I entered the room. All the cushions were taken, so I picked a spot in the back of the room where I could lean against the wall to facilitate my meditation. Seated at one side was an older Indian man in saffron cloth and wrapped in a pinkish wool blanket. He seemed to be muttering to himself, and I later discovered that he was praying. It was Swami Bhaktivedanta. His forehead was painted in a white V-shaped sign, and his eyes were half shut. He seemed very serene, unquote. Harvey tried, but he couldn't do the Raj Yoga. He was new to Anand Ashram and had only come up for a weekend retreat. During his morning meditation, he found himself more attracted to the green mists above the lake outside the window than to the circle on the wall he was supposed to be meditating on. Harvey. I went to my room. The rain was increasing and beating against the windows. It was peaceful, and I was glad to be alone. I read for a while. Suddenly, I sensed someone standing in the doorway. Looking up, I saw it was the Swami. He was wrapped in his pink blanket, like a shawl. "Can I come in?" he asked. I nodded yes, and he asked if he could sit in the chair in the corner. "What are you reading?" He smiled. Kafka's Diaries, I replied, feeling a little embarrassed. "Oh," he said, and I put the book down. He asked what I was doing at the ashram and if I was interested in yoga. "What kind of yoga are you studying?" "I don't know much about it," I answered, "but I think I'd like to study Hatha Yoga." This didn't impress him. "There are better things than this," he explained. "There are higher, more direct forms of yoga. Bhakti Yoga is the highest. It is the science of devotion to God." As he spoke, I got the overpowering realization that he was right. He was speaking the truth. A creepy, ecstatic sensation came over me that this man was my teacher. His words were so simple, and I kept looking at him all weekend. He would sit so calm and dignified with warmth, and he asked me to visit him when we got back to the city. Unquote. Dr. Mishra would give lectures carrying the impersonal interpretation of Bhagavad Gita according to Shankar, and Prabhupada, when allowed to speak, would counter them. Once, Prabhupada asked Dr. Mishra to help him in spreading Lord Chaitanya's movement, but Dr. Mishra sidestepped Prabhupada by saying that he considered Prabhupada an incarnation of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and therefore not in need of help. Prabhupada replied that since Mishra was also the name of Lord Chaitanya's father, Dr. Mishra should help spread Lord Chaitanya's movement. Srila Prabhupada offered to engage him in checking the Sanskrit to his translations of Srimad Bhagavatam, but Dr. Mishra declined, a decision he later regretted. Harta Lurch, a student at Anand Ashram, quote, "My direct encounter with him was in the kitchen. He was very particular and very definite that he would only eat what he cooked himself. He would come and say, 'Get me a pot.' So when I brought him a pot, he would say, 'No, bigger.' So I brought a bigger pot, and he'd say, 'No, smaller.' Then he would say, 'Get me potato.' So I'd bring him a potato. He prepared food very, very quietly. He never spoke very much. He prepared potatoes, and then some vegetables, and then chapatis. After cooking, he would eat outside. He would usually cook enough to go around for Dr. Mishra and about 5 or 6 other people. Every day he would cook that much when he was there. I learned to make chapatis from him. He usually stayed only for the weekends and then went back to the city. I think he felt that was where his main work was to be done." Unquote. That was certainly true, but what could he do there with no money or support? He was thinking of staying for only a few weeks and then going back to India. In the meantime, he was working on his Srimad Bhagavatam manuscripts, walking in Manhattan, and writing letters. He was studying a new culture, calculating practically and imagining hopefully how to introduce Krishna consciousness to the Western world. He expressed his thoughts to Sumati Morarji, October 27 letter. "So far I have studied, the American people are very much eager to learn about the Indian way of spiritual realization, and there are so many so-called yoga ashrams in America. Unfortunately, they are not very much adored by the government, and it is learned that such yoga ashrams have exploited the innocent people, as has been the case in India also. The only hope is that they are spiritually inclined. An immense benefit can be done to them if the cult of Srimad Bhagavatam is preached here." Srila Prabhupada noted that the Americans were also giving a good reception to Indian art and music. Just to see the mode of reception, he attended the performance of a Madrasi dancer Bala Saraswati. I think this is part of the letter. I went to see the dance with a friend, although for the last 40 years I have never attended such dance ceremonies. The dancer was successful in her demonstration. The music was in Indian classical tune, mostly in Sanskrit language, and the American public appreciated them. So I was encouraged to see the favorable circumstances about my future preaching work. He said the Bhagavatam could also be preached through music and dance, but he had no means to introduce it. The Christian missions, backed by huge resources, were preaching all over the world. So why couldn't the devotees of Krishna combine to preach the Bhagavatam all over the world? He also noted that the Christian missions had not been effective in checking the spread of communism, whereas a Bhagavatam movement could be because of its philosophical, scientific approach. He was deliberately planting a seed of inspiration in the mind of the devoted, wealthy Sumati Murarji.
I think we'll stop now and start with the offerings. So thank you, Lee. Very nice. Thank you. I think now we'll actually start with the offerings, the devotees' offerings to Srila Prabhupada. And first, we'd like to ask Chakra Prabhu to come and give his offering. So actually we're going to be reading from a book that's it's called Srila Prabhupada Tributes from different devotees around the world. And we'll read, if someone wants to come and read, you can pick out an offering you want to read. And then as more devotees come, then we'll start the offerings. What do you think, Nityan? Is that okay? Okay. Okay. So...
Hare Krishna. So we are reading the offering from Bhakti Anand Goswami. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances and forgive my offenses. Today I am remembering how in the late 1960s you changed my life forever. You taught me all about Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, his inconceivably older second half, Lord Baldev, and his beloved girlfriend Srimati Radharani, and their bucolic Golok Kogao paradise. In their happy, eternal, deathless, pure land, they played and danced with their Gopi, Greek, Korea, milk-maid girlfriends and Gop, cowherd boyfriends. Under their Yogmaya rising Sarat moon, they danced in their sacred angel round of paradise. You taught me their holy names and how to ceaselessly call on them day and night in happiness and distress. I know that you were betrayed and deeply disappointed by many of us, your Diksha disciples, and that because of this betrayal, you said that there should be no more sannyasis. As I was not ambitious for any leadership position and would never betray or disobey you, I had no desire to take sannyas.
However, in 1982, you arranged for your very dear first disciple and spiritual son, Dr. Acharya Prabhakar Mishra, to approach me at the executive committee meeting of the World Hindu Organization in Kathmandu, Nepal. There he requested me to become his Siksha disciple and to help him to revive and reform your non-sectarian League of Devotees mission worldwide. Later, for the purpose of your League of Devotees mission, my Siksha Guru, Dr. Mishra, advised me to take sannyas, as I did not want to disobey your own wish that there should be no more sannyasi Diksha Gurus in your lineage. I agreed to only take sannyas as a Siksha or teaching Guru, not a Diksha or initiating Guru. To fulfill the desire of my own Siksha Guru, Dr. Mishra, under the authority of your League of Devotees, I then made my sannyasi vows with Dr. Mishra's chosen pujari, priest, officiating at my fire sacrifice. That was in 1992. Since then, through many struggles, I have been keeping my vows and trying to push forward your non-sectarian League of Devotees mission. Mostly, I have failed, but I am still trying. Please bless me to always reside in service at your lotus feet. Your still aspiring servant, Bhakti Anand Goswami, initiation 1972, current location USA. Next is offering from, shall I go on? Okay. Next is the offering from Ramaya Swami. Srila Prabhupada, one time in Melbourne, you told us that for the general mass of people, there should be kirtan and prasad distribution. Those who are more serious will understand the philosophy by reading our books. In a letter to a disciple, you wrote, yes, kirtan and prasad will appeal to even the uneducated. We have means to preach to both the educated and uneducated, the sinful and the pious. Dhira Dhira Jan Priyayo. Letter to Dwarkadesh, Vrindavan, 29 September 1976. In Srimad Bhagavatam, 4th canto, 24th chapter, text 10, purport, you wrote, the Krishna conscious movement has started performing Sankirtan Yagna in different places, and it has been experienced that wherever Sankirtan Yagna is performed, many thousands of people gather and take part in it. Imperceptible auspiciousness achieved in this connection should be continued all over the world. We are certainly seeing the results of performing Sankirtan Yagna. So many have taken up the process of Krishna consciousness. For example, at this year's Gaur Purnima festival in Mayapur, tens of thousands came to dance and chant in ecstasy. However, much more needs to be done. Today, there are billions of people still suffering from disease, mental distress, natural disturbance, and war. We must always plan to increase our efforts. One time, a disciple said, Srila Prabhupada, I always want to sit by your holy lotus feet. And you replied, that will be very difficult because I am always moving. That should be our attitude. Srila Prabhupada always moving, spreading Lord Chaitanya Sankirtan movement. And then there is a poem that Swamiji is writing. Around the world, he made his way to lands that were under Maya's sway. His Guru instructed him once before to distribute the divine honey store. Lord Chaitanya, he wanted to please, but he knew it would not be with ease. Anything was possible by the Lord's mercy, even if it caused some controversy. Still, Srila Prabhupada tried his best, and all along his attempt was blessed. At the beginning, just a few persons came and were fortunate to receive the holy name. After a while, the gatherings increased, especially when he served a sumptuous feast. Rice, dal, sabji, and chapatis they relished. Thoughts of the next serving they cherished. It became apparent the movement would spread because they had Srila Prabhupada at the head. On and on to every village and town, a transcendental flood of rain came down. Everyone was amazed to see the effect. Lord Chaitanya's desire could not be checked. One man's effort would not go in vain to transfer all to the spiritual domain. What is the duty of a disciple who is faithful? He must show that he is always grateful. To his Guru, who gave him a precious jewel, follow in his footsteps. That's the golden rule. We should never imitate the powerful Acharya, otherwise we would be captured by Maya. Nevertheless, we should try our best to forward the mission so that he will be impressed. Satisfying him is our desire and success. The more we do it, the more we progress. For what is advancement in spiritual life if not to please Guru, who frees us from strife? I pray to always remain at his lotus feet, that one day I may again directly meet the wonderful person who guided me well to the abode where I may eternally dwell. Maharaj is writing further, he's saying the first and foremost limbs of sadhana bhakti are taking shelter of Shri Guru, accepting Diksha, receiving Dikshiksha, serving Shri Guru with intimacy and affection, and following the path of the previous Acharya under his guidance. Your insignificant disciple, Ramay Swami, initiation 1973, Melbourne, Australia. Yeah.
Offering by Shivram Swami. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace, and all glories to your divine appearance day. Some 30 years ago, I wrote a Vyasa Puja offering about a granny at Hungary who by the influence of your movement became a devotee. That story highlighted the transformation you have brought about in the lives of countless people who may live in even most far-flung parts of the world. Many devotees contacted me about that old lady, and even today I'm occasionally asked about her and how she is. She has moved on, but her history is not a one-off. It was one of many. Since that time, I have seen your movement continue to transform the young and the old. And while every person's story is unique, they all have one thing in common. You are their savior. This year, I would like to narrate another example of how Krishna consciousness is saving people day by day, and how every story of salvation increases your already endless glories. I will tell the history of Janani Devi Dasi. However, I emphasize that her final words are the essence of my narration, the essence of her life, the essence of the marvel of your influence. Sometime back in 1991, our book distributors entered a modest ice cream shop in a very remote part of Hungary. The shop owner, Irene, was in her 30s, a mother of 3 girls. Her husband, a simple Christian working in the hospitality sector. Irene purchased whatever Bhagavatams we had in print, and thereafter, year after year, she would purchase every new book that came out, reading them very carefully. In this way, Irene became a devotee. She chanted 16 rounds a day, was a vegetarian, made her little girls vegetarians, and raised them as devotees by telling them stories from Krishna book. After some years, the book distributors no longer visited, but Irene continued on with her Krishna conscious life, even though she never saw devotees or visited a temple. Meanwhile, all was not well at home. Irene's husband was against Krishna consciousness and the changes it was bringing into his house. He tried to burn Irene's Gita and forbid her practices. But Irene would not stop her Krishna consciousness. Neither would she stop teaching it to her children. Needless to say, the differences between the parents became a source of ongoing tension in the household. Yet Irene remained her serene, sweet, soft-spoken self. A lone devotee in her home, in her greater family, and in her village, she never faltered, but continued year after year, decade after decade, following what she read in your books. Her girls grew up, finished their education, and married with children of their own. The middle daughter was named P, and she was an economist who worked at a bank as a financial advisor. As Krishna would have it, being a devotee, she used to visit the temple, and in conversing with some ladies, she became inspired to work for the Budapest temple, organizing festival programs. We all knew that B was a devotee, but it took some time before we came to know that almost all her family were devotees, including her mother. When I heard the story of her elderly Krishna-conscious mother, I asked if Irene could come to the temple. How was someone chanting 16 rounds and following the principles for 30 years and not initiated? I first met Irene in 2017, and we talked at length. She was such a sweet person, such a sweet devotee. We agreed that in time she would formalize her relationship with Krishna through initiation. In the spring of 2019, Irene was taken to hospital for what was meant to be a minor colon operation, only to be told that she had 4th-stage cancer that had spread throughout her body. The doctors were amazed that she did not complain of any pain, and they gave her only a few months to live. Irene took the news gracefully, peacefully, indeed so much so that the doctors sent her to a psychologist. But there was nothing wrong with Irene. She understood the temporary nature of the body, and she didn't complain about her fate. She had full faith that everything was as it was supposed to be. Events moved quickly and predictably. With great difficulty, Irene came to see me in August, and we again spoke of initiation, which then took place the next month during the Radhastami festival. Irene received the name Janani Devi Dasi. She was a real mother. Janani's illness swiftly took its toll, and she was no longer able to travel the distance from home to the temple or to Krishna Valley. Then came COVID, a period of 2 years that I spent almost exclusively in Krishna Valley. It wasn't a time of travel. And from that time, March 2021, Janani's condition deteriorated rapidly. In May, I began to call Janani regularly to help prepare her for the final lesson, her departure from this world. I would speak to her or read to her while her girls took turns nursing her. Dee was with her 24/7, and in that time, she witnessed Janani's non-stop intense Krishna consciousness, during which she was either listening to your divine grace or hearing Chaitanya Charitamrita. Almost up until her passing, Janani always chanted 16 rounds and read your books. Then, the evening before her passing, I called and read Narottam Das Thakur's prayer. My dear Lord, please hear me. The day that I give up my body, absorbed in the thoughts of you, please give me shelter at your lotus feet. I encouraged her to pray to Krishna so that she may always think of him, that he kindly take her back to Godhead to be either a gopi or Gopa or Gopi. All night your bhajan played as Janani slept, and in the morning we asked her if she remembered the prayer we had spoken about. She nodded in affirmation. Bee and her sister Rita bathed and dressed Janani, and at 9:46 a.m., while the two girls were chanting beside her, Janani Devi Dasi left this world. It was the 9th of June 2021. As I said at the beginning, this story is an introduction to the conclusion, which is a summary of Janani's words spoken by Bee at the Ashes immersion ceremony in Krishna Valley. Janani had said, "From the first that I began to read Srila Prabhupada's books, I accepted everything that he said as truth and followed everything that he instructed. Throughout my life, I never doubted Srila Prabhupada for a moment, for I knew that in him and in his teachings, I had found what I was searching for all my life. I do not lament my imminent death, for I know everything is as it should be, and Krishna will always be with me. Hare Krishna." Srila Prabhupada, I was and continue to be amazed at how this meek housewife had such unflinching faith in your teachings, and how just by reading your books, she attained such an elevated state of devotion without any devotee association. I do not know how many other people in remote parts of the world, unknown to nearby temples or devotees, have been transformed in the same way. It is the wonder of your books and of your teachings. However, I do know that you continue to live and guide sincere souls who, like Janani, were looking for the truth and want to live by it. Thank you for being so wonderful. Sorry, one more paragraph. Oh yes, one final thing. At the conclusion of the ashes ceremony, after having been with his wife all through her illness, after hearing her words of devotion, and after hearing the remembrances at the ceremony, Janani's husband approached me with tears in his eyes and extended his hand. As we took hands, he said in a choked voice, thank you all for all that you did for Janani. Srila Prabhupada, I didn't do anything. We just distributed your books. And another thing, ironically, Rita, the other daughter, also married a husband who was against Krishna consciousness and her devotional practices. While Janani could still speak, the last instruction that she gave Rita was that she could make her whole family Krishna conscious. And she did. Her husband has been chanting 16 rounds for the last year, and we didn't do anything other than distribute your books. Your servant, Shivaram Swami.
Om Jnana-timirandasya Jnananjana-shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Tanoni Namaste Saraswati Devam Gauravani Pacharne Nirvisheshu Shunyavali Pasthata Devi Satarne Vanchakopa Tarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Eva Cha Patitanang Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Srila Prabhupada's Holy Disappearance Day Ki Jai. So I guess there's a lot of devotees who are sick, and a lot of people who are at work, not too big of a crowd today. We should have advertised a lot more next year. Because last year we had way more people. So anyway, Hare Krishna, Srila Prabhupada, Ki Jai. So his Prabhupada's Disappearance Day. I've been listening to a lot of devotees, some of which were there in Vrindavan at that time when Prabhupada left. It was a very heavy time. Srila Prabhupada had been in Vrindavan for quite some time, and he wasn't eating for about 6 months, which is pretty impossible. You know what I mean? And his body was very, very thin. It was only skin and bones. And the doctor, the Kaviraj that was there, told him, other people who have this condition are screaming and writhing in pain. Prabhupada didn't say anything. It was like he was transcendental to the pain. He was totally transcendental always anyway, but in this circumstance it was really apparent to everybody, because they knew that, and it was so shocking because the devotees would come, so they had a person at the door telling everybody, that his disciples that were coming in, say, now you have to prepare yourselves, because Srila Prabhupada doesn't look the same. His body is very different right now, and it looks very, very frail and thin, like he's on his departure bed. And so they would tell everybody, we don't want to create an emotional atmosphere, so please don't cry. So the devotees would come in and they would look at Prabhupada and they'd instantly start crying. Nobody could stop. And then that would make everybody in the entire place go into tears. So they didn't want to do that, but it was so shocking for everybody that when they saw Prabhupada, they immediately went into tears. So this was going on the whole time, because there's devotees coming from all over the world. So this is happening all the time, these people coming in and seeing Prabhupada's body and like that, going into shock, kind of, you know. And so the devotees who had been there for a while, they would look at the faces of the devotees coming in, and they would see exactly what they experienced themselves when they came in. And there was nothing anybody could do. Everybody was just in pieces. So there was a lot of kirtan. There were different devotees who were really good at kirtan, like Bharadwaj. Anybody know who Gauravani is? It's his dad. His dad was actually the most famous singer in ISKCON at the time. Gauravani's kind of riding on his dhoti. His Bharadwaj, and Rukmini's his mother. Sorry about that, I forgot to turn the ringer off. So he was one of the main ones who was singing for Prabhupada, and they would sing very quietly, and he was a really beautiful harmonium player. And you know how Gauravani has this huge heart. When he sings, you can feel his heart. Bharadwaj is like that, and that's where he got it from, I think, anyway. They're both wonderful Vaishnavas, but Bharadwaj would he was famous for his heartfelt singing, and Jaya Radha Madhava in particular, and the devotee, he was famous for putting people into tears when he would go to his kirtans in Los Angeles when he was there. I remember when I first joined, they were talking about Bharadwaj and how he chanted with such devotion that everybody would cry, just being in the kirtan. Of course, Vishnujan Maharaj was already gone at that time. He had left a year before, so he wasn't there. But there were several other devotees chanting. But Bharadwaj was one of the main ones. Of course, it was they would chant all day long, so different people would take turns, and then different devotees would get to go into Prabhupada's room and help with massaging Prabhupada's lotus feet or his arms or something like that. So another good friend of mine who really had this strong, Uday? Udayananda, anybody know Uday? Remember Udayananda? Big, tall, him and Pragosh are good buddies. Book distributor from back. He was on the Radha Damodar party also. He had this really intense desire to want to touch Prabhupada's feet and to massage Prabhupada. He ended up getting to go in there and massage Prabhupada's feet for like 2 weeks. And it was just a very heavy situation. So this is in November, we're talking when Prabhupada left. But before that, in May, when he was also in bed and he was a little better, the devotees came in, the GBC came in with their questions that they had prepared for Srila Prabhupada to ask him, what are we going to do when you're gone? How do we conduct ourselves? How do we become, what's the situation with the gurus? It was very clear that Prabhupada said, you can initiate on my behalf now, but when I leave, they're your disciples. I'll be their grand disciple. There was no question. It was very clear. And the GBCs read everything, and then they recited it back, what Prabhupada said, then they wrote it down, and then they went to the rest of the GBCs. It only took like 6 of the original GBCs in with them in that room at that time. There was many, many other ones there. So then they went and read everything, and then they signed, and everybody heard everything. It was all very clear, what to do and everything like that. But during the time when Prabhupada was leaving, his godbrothers came. I think it was 3 or 4 of his godbrothers came. That real sweet one that wrote that Heart of Krishna, what's his name? B.V. Puri Maharaj, him and some others. And Prabhupada just asked them, please forgive me for my offenses. Because in my preaching work, I've had to speak very strongly and I've offended. And they said, no, 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 no. You're preaching, please forgive us for our offenses. So there were, Oh, an interesting thing I thought was interesting. When Prabhupada was speaking, before he had gotten completely ill, he was telling the devotees, he said, I'm the actual son of my spiritual master. He said, because I've taken up the preaching and expanded the preaching. He said, I'm the actual son. He said, everybody else, they're daughters. Because they stay at home. He said, so many of the old devotees, they just stayed in their own little temples and preached. He said, but I'm the son, because I've taken it all around the world. I've taken the mood up. I'm the actual son of my spiritual master. I always said that, so I was like, yeah, bro. Because we could see that, it was pretty obvious that Prabhupada was the empowered person who took it all over the world. It was like, nobody else could even think about it. Nobody else even wanted to leave India, really. I mean, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada, he asked so many different disciples to go to the West and go to London and go to America. And they just said, we can't leave. We can't leave, or it's not my nature, or, different reasons they had within their hearts where they didn't feel like they could go. But Prabhupada, man, what a journey. So they're there in Vrindavan, and so many devotees are showing up. Chitsukananda Prabhu, he was in LA at the time, and some of us know Chitsukananda. And he talked to Romeshwar Prabhu at the time, who was in charge of the BBT, and Romeshwar had promised him a ticket to go see Prabhupada. And then when he called him and said, I want to go now, it was like 2 weeks before Prabhupada left, he said, no, I can't give you the ticket. He said, you promised. And he goes, okay, I'll pay half. So then Turya Sangeetananda, her name is Coltrane. What's her other name? Her husband was a big jazz musician. Alice Coltrane. She had been to Vrindavan and she knew the devotees, so Chit actually called her up. And he said, I wonder if you could help me. I actually went to her house. And she said, let me pray to Krishna and I'll tell you tomorrow. So Chit called her up the next day and she said, yes, I'll give you the money. So she paid for the other half of the ticket. So, devotees, Krishna was letting somehow devotees coming from all over. We wish more devotees would have gone, That's our big lament that we have, is that so many, because Prabhupada wanted everybody to come. And it basically kind of would have shut down a lot of the temples for the time being if everybody would have come. So the leaders were scared to shut down the temples and send everybody to India to see Prabhupada. That was kind of the motivation, was to try not to close the temples. But everybody, you know, several of the senior devotees, a lot of people went. So, and you remember Pita. He actually was with the library party distributing books all over India. They were in the south at the time, and they wanted to go visit this Hanuman temple. So he went to this Hanuman temple, and there was this Baba there. And he goes, something like, "You're disciples of Prabhupada?" And he said, and they said, "Yes." And he said, "What are you doing here? Your Guru Maharaj is leaving the planet." And they were like shocked. You know, he even knew some guy just sitting at the Hanuman temple. Prabhupada was world news there in India. Everybody knew somehow or other. So they immediately dropped everything and drove straight to Vrindavan. And they came into the room, and Prabhupada said, "Who is it?" Because Prabhupada couldn't see that far. And they said, "Prabhupada, it's your devotees, Pita," and I forget who he was with, or the library book distributors. Because Prabhupada was getting the results and hearing the results of the book distribution from all over the world. So he called them over to the bed. "How are you doing? Are your accommodations okay?" He's like, his body's gone, but he's sitting there, you know, "How are you doing? Did you get enough prasadam? Is the prasadam good?" Just like blowing everybody's mind, you know, with his... Same thing, yeah, probably asked all about him. Anyway, so there was really close to the end, before Prabhupada left, Prabhupada expressed a desire to go to Govardhan. He's like, I can't remember the exact quote he said. He said, "Dying here is like something which he didn't feel was his inspiration." He said, "But dying at Govardhan, that's like the supreme place to go," or something like that. It was like Prabhupada was... So, well, they're like, "How will you go, Prabhupada?" And he goes, "The best way to go to Govardhan is on bullock cart." So the Kaviraj, the famous Kaviraj, who was the doctor who was there, he was like helping take care, you know, give Prabhupada medicines and give... He said, "No, you can't let him go." He said, "A bullock cart ride is so heavy," he said, "he won't even make it out the driveway." Because it's like, you know, wooden wheels or something like that, you know, like a bullock. So, but anyway, but the devotees were like, "Well, Prabhupada wants to go," some of them. So Lokanath Maharaj went and got a bullock cart, and then it created this whole tension. Tamal Krishna Maharaj and Bhavananda and so many devotees, and then the other ones that wanted to do it, Prabhupada, they're having this meeting, and Prabhupada told them to take it outside or something, and they said, "Look, you know, we can't let him go, it's going to kill him." You know, they didn't know how many days left he was going to stay. So, but they were like, "No, Prabhupada wants to go, we should do it." And then the other ones are like, and then so then they decided not to go. Then Tamal Krishna Maharaj went in the room, and he was so much in anxiety. He was kind of like crying to Prabhupada, "Prabhupada, you put us into so much anxiety. What, go to Govardhan or not go to Govardhan?" He goes, "You're driving us crazy with this anxiety." Prabhupada said, "That is my job. To increase your devotion. To increase your loving devotion." And everybody was silent. Because they, you know, Tamal Krishna Maharaj was like, there was such anxiety about this whole Govardhan thing, you know. And Prabhupada wanted to, and then came there and, "Oh, that is my business. That is my job. To increase your devotion." And then everybody was like, wow. So, yeah. And then Prabhupada left the next day. That's when he left the next day. Rohini Kumar, or Nanda Kumar, who was his secretary. Nanda Kumar, right? Yeah, he came here. He was there, and he had been Prabhupada's secretary for at different times. So he was there helping, and Prabhupada confided in him. He said, everybody here is praying for my life, but there's one person here who's praying for my death so he can take over this movement. He wouldn't tell the name. But he said it was so disturbing to him to even have to see this person when Prabhupada told him that he decided that he had to leave because he couldn't tolerate, because Prabhupada only told him that, I think, according to him. So, but that was the only thing, like when you talk about the crew of devotees that was there, Abhiram, Bhakti True Swami, Tamal Krishna Maharaj, Bhavananda, Giriraj Maharaj, there was such a crew there of people taking care of Prabhupada that there was nothing except loving devotion. And then, just because some people have heard this the Prabhupada got poisoned theory, so I just want to debunk that completely, that there was nothing in the atmosphere at all that would allow anybody, except maybe that one person, to think anything other than, we want Prabhupada to live. They were begging Prabhupada. So they sent Kirtanananda into the room, because he was like the senior most devoted to GB. He wasn't part of the GBC at that time, but they brought him in because he was the most senior person there. So he said, Srila Prabhupada, you can't go. If you don't want to go, Krishna will let you stay. So he's crying, begging Prabhupada, please stay. So Prabhupada was silent. Prabhupada said, okay. Okay. And then everybody was like relieved for a few minutes or whatever, for a few hours, thinking maybe Prabhupada was going to stay, But he was just doing that to like give them some relief, It's like such a heavy situation. So then who was it? Pita. Wow. Gopal Krishna Maharaj asked him to go and get salt, because first of all, they asked him to dig the samadhi hole, right underneath where Prabhupada's samadhi is now. But he was too distraught from the whole situation. He couldn't do it, so he found some other devotee who dug the whole thing. I think the devotee was from South America or something. So, but then Gopal Krishna Maharaj sent him to go get the salt, because that's what they put on the floor, and then they buried Prabhupada's body completely in salt, because that preserves the bugs won't get into it. So when he was there, something happened. He was there downtown on his way back bringing the salt, and some old Brijbasi Mataji, well, you know how many, there's old ladies down there. She screamed out, Prabhupada. And that was the time when Prabhupada left. She knew it. They were downtown and getting salt somewhere, and that was the time when Prabhupada left. And so he realized when he heard that Prabhupada had left, so he hurried back, and then they took Prabhupada's, eventually they took Prabhupada's body, I think it was the next day, to all the different 6 Goswami temples on a palanquin. And everybody came out and offered flowers and garlands and obeisances. And then Narayan Maharaj, they asked him to do the ceremony, to organize the Samadhi ceremony. Yeah, Prabhupada told them to consult him, and he was there helping do everything too. Yeah. Somebody, I forget who it was there like a few days before one of Prabhupada's godbrothers. Maybe it was Krishnadas Babaji or who? Bhagava was there. Bhagaji? Bhagavat, he was there too. Anyway, so it was a few days before I think Prabhupada left, and Prabhupada was laying down and he was doing all these, he was moving. And whoever it was, one of his godbrothers said, he's experiencing prema, and his body is moving like this. I forget who it was. So Prabhupada was never, huh? Huh? This is kind of like a few days before, because that's when they had discussed it already. Prabhupada had discussed it with them a little bit, that they should let Narayan Maharaj tell them what to do and help with the function. Prabhupada had told them that. Anyway, that was kind of my input from just a little bit of understanding the mood there. And then the devotees did the samadhi and the ceremony, and everybody was devastated. They couldn't even say Prabhupada's name because they would just go into tears. Urdhwat told me that in LA, months later, Brahmananda came to give a class and just said Prabhupada, that was it. For hours. So I've talked long enough. Somebody else can speak. Because you can always speak more about Prabhupada, but Srila Prabhupada ki jai. You want to speak now?
Thank you, Chaitanya Chandra Prabhu.
I just want to repeat what I said yesterday, just for 10 seconds. That when Dhananjaya, you can offer obeisance, Chakri? I'm almost done. Go ahead. This will be a quickie. Dhananjaya, who was with Prabhupada in London, said there was going to be a big ISKCON in the spiritual world. He said, but you won't recognize me because I'm a young boy.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Chaitanya Chandra Prabhu ki jai. Next we'll hear from His Grace Chakri Prabhu.
Namaham Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pachayane Nirvasesha Sunyavadi Pasyacha Deshatayane. Somehow everyone's been saying recently, I just kept hearing from so many devotees that we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Prabhupada. This temple won't be here, we won't be here, we won't know each other if it wasn't for Srila Prabhupada. I just kept hearing that from so many devotees recently. Just thought I'd mention that. And it's all true. We wouldn't be here, this temple wouldn't be here, we wouldn't know each other. It's all due to Srila Prabhupada. So I was just thinking this year about the journey he took to come here on a boat. such a great hardship he took to come to the West to spread Krishna consciousness. I can't imagine how being on a boat for so long, I don't know what it was, 3 weeks or a month or something like that. I mentioned it before. One time I went on a boat on a fishing excursion with some relatives, and I went out a couple of miles out at sea, and I just got completely sick, you know. The whole time I was there, I was totally sick. Just one little trip on the boat, and I said, I'll never go out on the ocean again. So, such a great hardship Prabhupada went through to come here. He had 2 heart attacks, and I can't imagine being on a boat. You can't have any fresh fruits or fresh vegetables or anything like that. Just must have been just eating rice and dal or potatoes or something like that. Maybe they had a refrigerator, but yeah, at some point it mentions he had some eggplant. So it was tremendous hardship, but then one night he had a dream that there was a boat and all the different incarnations were on the boat, and Krishna was rowing the boat, and Krishna said, come on, let's go, let's go. So in that way Krishna protected him on that journey. And even the captain said that if the Atlantic had shown its usual fury, it would have been a really, really rough ride. But for some reason, on this trip, the Atlantic was completely, there was no turbulence at all, and he had never seen that before. So Krishna really protected him on the journey. And then coming to America, like, he had no money. I mean, he just had maybe $20 or something. He sold a couple of books to the captain. And so imagine going to a foreign country you've never been before and you had no money. But he was just completely under Krishna's shelter, and he just had complete faith in the holy names. He wrote a poem that he couldn't do it on his own, and that he was just begging Krishna for the power to deliver Krishna consciousness. He was totally dependent on Krishna's mercy and the holy name, and he had full faith in the holy names. And that's what his greatest gift to us. He's given us the holy names, the Yuga Dharma, that we can go back to Krishna. And he started the movement by chanting the holy names. He just went to a park and just started chanting, and people just started coming just by the potency of the holy names. And he was just the right person. He came at the right time. He waited till he was almost 70 years old, but that was the right time to come. There was a revolution, cultural revolution. There were hippies, and so many young people were rejecting the modern thought. So that was just the right time for him to come. He was completely under Krishna's guidance. And Prabhupada could preach to anyone. He had the ability to preach to anybody. He could preach to hippies, and he could preach to PhDs. Anyone and everyone, he could preach our philosophy. There was no one that he couldn't preach to. And he didn't care who you were. No matter who you were, he would give you Krishna consciousness. Either you're a man or a woman or whatever country you were from, whatever your beliefs were, Prabhupada would give you Krishna consciousness. So he gave us everything. We had an expression, I don't hear it so much anymore. I forget, let's see what goes first. Utility is the principle, preaching is the essence, and purity is the force. We used to say that a lot. And so Prabhupada taught us how to utilize everything for Krishna consciousness. He made it so easy we didn't have to give up anything. Whatever we were doing, we could just do it for Krishna. And although he taught us how to be pure by following the regulative principles, by chanting the holy names, he taught us how to be pure. And then he explained that preaching is the essence. That's what he did, and that's what he asked us also to do, to give Krishna consciousness to everyone. And he gave us this wonderful book distribution to do. He wrote so many books, and for us he wrote them, and for everyone he wrote these books just to deliver everyone, and he gave us that mission to distribute those books. So yeah, he had full faith in the chanting of the holy names. He asked us to chant every town and village, to go out and give these holy names to everyone, and this would deliver everyone in this age of Kali. Prabhupada, he was a fighter. He was definitely a fighter, a warrior. Some people say he was a little heavy, but I mean, look at what he's up against, you know, the whole Kali Yuga, terrible age. But Prabhupada, he fought Kali Yuga, and I think he was successful, and it's still going on. Like now we do Harinam every week, and Greenville Avenue, and we're in front of a restaurant, and it says right above the restaurant, the name of the restaurant is Son of a Butcher. So there we are, inserting Krishna consciousness in such a degraded place. So Prabhupada gave us the tools to fight Kali Yuga, and he was our general. He was our chief of staff in fighting Kali Yuga. So again, I wanted to thank Prabhupada for giving us this wonderful holy name, Maha Mantra. I mean, what else could we do? We can't really do much austerities or meditation or anything like that, but we can come together and chant the holy names and be happy and become free from the bodily concept and actually realize our eternal nature with Krishna. So I just wanted to read a couple of quotes from Prabhupada about the holy names, if I can see this. This is from a lecture on the Nectar of Devotion, 1972. In 1966, this movement was registered in New York, and from 1966, it is spreading. So within 4 or 5 years, it has spread all over the world. We have got branches in every part of the globe, and at least these people know there is a movement, Krishna consciousness, and we are welcome everywhere as Krishna conscious people. Hare Krishna people, our name is Hare Krishna people. Jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. And this is from Chaitanya Charitamrita. Actually, we experienced this when we came to preach the Hare Krishna movement in the West. When we came to New York in 1965, we never expected that the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra would be accepted in this country. Nonetheless, we invited people to our storefront to join in chanting the Hare Krishna mantra. And the Lord's holy name is so attractive that simply by coming to our storefront in New York, fortunate young people became Krishna conscious. Jai. And then one last conversation Srila Prabhupada had with a doctor. This is a professor of Indian history that took place in Australia in 1975, Dr. Copeland. And you've been rather successful in institutionalizing your religion, getting a large number of temples constructed or built or taken over, and a large number of followers. Prabhupada, yes. Dr. Copeland, why do you think you are so successful? Prabhupada, I don't think I'm successful, but people say so. Dr. Copeland laughs. Very good. And Prabhupada says, I will be successful when everyone will chant Hare Krishna. So Prabhupada's given us that mission to try to make everyone chant Hare Krishna. So I hope I can be some part of that and help Srila Prabhupada in his mission. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Jai Srila Prabhupada ki jai. His Grace Chakri Prabhu ki jai. For those that are not here in the temple room, Chaitanya Chandra Prabhu said we can say Srila Prabhupada was at least 108-star general. And this current scale goes up to 5, so Haribol. Next we'll hear from Lalita Kun Prabhu, followed by Mother Kunti.
So I'm not such a great speaker, so I wrote something. And I call it The Greatness of Srila Prabhupada. We are here to remember the lotus feet of the great Jagat Guru, spiritual master Srila Prabhupada. He has come to deliver the whole world and the process of awakening and developing our love for Krishna. Dayam stuvam stasyas yashastri sanjam. Meditating, praising His glory 3 times a day is a line from the Sri Sri Guru Vastika. I offer 3 meditations. There is a great classic Christmas movie that many of us may be familiar with called It's a Wonderful Life. It's about a character, George, who has become so despondent about his situation that he jumps into a freezing cold river on Christmas Eve to drown himself. The story goes on that the big man has sent an aspiring angel named Clarence to convince George of his worth so that George may continue with his destiny. Being endowed with the power to see the way things might have been, Clarence shows George what would have happened without him. The effect that George had on this community was so profound that even in its apparent failures, George saw that he indeed had brought about wonderful changes. So we could meditate on this scenario about Srila Prabhupada. The depth and breadth of Srila Prabhupada's accomplishments are incalculable. If we look at in the present time, at the groundwork Prabhupada has laid in the form of books and temples, orders, and so forth, we see he has built a house that will endure until the end of mankind. What profound effects has Prabhupada had? He undoubtedly has strongly spurred the revival of Hinduism around the world and in India. In the eyes of the world, he gave Hinduism a legitimacy as not being some polytheistic, cow-worshipping, backward religion, but in the eyes that see, he has delivered the highest truth, delivering those from the most dastardly fate. How many lives has Prabhupada profoundly affected? Not just his direct disciples and their disciples, not just the academic world, but possibly the reordering of the world order as we know it.
vegetarianism, and other religious self-contemplation, and on and on. Another meditation I offer is inspired by another movie called Schindler's List. I guess I watched too much TV. It is a true story about a man named Schindler during the Nazi campaign to eliminate the Jewish race. He was a big industrialist in Germany during the war, and by his heroic efforts, he saved over 1,200 Jewish lives. He was presumably killed after the war. He received no accolades for his pious deeds in his life, but as karma goes, he will in the next life. He shall receive the collective fruits of all those lives he saved and from the generations that come forth. Why are some people born into billionaire families? Karma. But also he will be bound by the bad resultant karma. That is the material world. Prabhupada, however, will receive the fruit of his transcendental works. What are the fruits of transcendental work? For the pure transcendental spirit soul, material success is not a thing. All things material will someday fade away. For the spiritualist in the eternal atmosphere, fame, glory, and love are the stock in trade. One should be famous for one's earnestness, gentleness, compassion, mercy, and generosity. Glorious because the effulgence of God's Spirit shines through the Spirit. And love because to love is to be loved. Prabhupada loved us and we love Prabhupada. All the generations do exalt him as they should. And the last meditation is the disciplic succession. So I'm thinking, just meditate on Prabhupada and what will, become. And in this last meditation is the disciplic succession. The devotees who discover the scriptures are very familiar with the previous acharyas due to the transcendental elucidations that they give. It is not that scripture is stagnant. The corollaries and the commentaries are forever expanding, and new depths of understanding are coming forth. Prabhupada has brought forth to the modern times the ancient scriptures. Bhakti Siddhanta also brought forth his generation, and each previous acharya also. It is our duty to likewise assimilate the teachings and elucidate them for the new generation, as it has been ordered by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. These are our inheritances. We must pass them along. If we can't write, then we should pass down the hearing and chanting process. It is the gift that keeps on giving. These are some simple meditations that I sometimes do. The process of bhakti yoga is to engage in some way with Krishna, his devotees, his pastimes, etc. Please forgive any offenses that I may have committed. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to the devotees. Hare
Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Space Lalita Kunpuru ki jai. Next we'll hear from Mother Kunti, followed by Shalagram Prabhu.
Namo Vishnu Vidaya Krishna Prasthaya Patale Srimati Tamal Krishna Goswami Iti Namine Namo Vishnu Vidaya Krishna Prasthaya Patale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gaurvani Pacharine Nirvise Sunyavadi Bhaskata Deyashtarni. Like millions and millions and millions of white, black, Hispanic, many different races, baby boomers in the United States in the 1950s, 60s. I came from a very dysfunctional family. Suffice it to say that we were quickly going to hell in a handbasket, our whole family. We had a lot of money and my father had a lot of influence, and sense gratification was a big deal. By the time I was 10 years old, somehow or other, my mother was going through the San Francisco airport. She went out to visit some friends, and a devotee sold her Bhagavad Gita as it is. And that was in 1968. The Macmillan Gita had just come out, hot off the press. It was a big deal. That was really beautiful. My mother was instantly attracted and gave him a nice donation. So she not only did she take care of books, my mother worshipped books. And when she got this book, she went home and read it cover to cover in a matter of a few days. And called me into her room one afternoon, and very beatific. She was effulgent, happy, peaceful. It was the most peaceful I've ever seen my mother. That's a fact. And she said she had the King James Bible on her bed, and she had the Bhagavad Gita. And she said, okay, my young daughter, I've picked you. I want you to decide which book you want. I'm holding them both out to you. And of course, I'm a horse nut. I love horses. So I see Shiparthasarati and Arjuna and these beautiful white horses. I said, oh, it's that one. Not knowing, I didn't know. Anyway, but I just loved how Krishna appeared, and I loved how Arjuna appeared, and the horses looked so happy to be doing what they were doing. And so I took the Bhagavad Gita as it is, and for the next 9 years of my life, it stayed under my bed, or it stayed with me wherever I went. We moved, and the book went with me. And I didn't know not to keep it on the floor. I kept it under my bed. And if I was frightened at night, or confused, or a close friend died, or some big accident, or whatever, I'd pull the Bhagavad Gita out, and I'd look at it, and I'd look at the verses, and look at the words, and of course the pictures. And I would pray the rosary looking at the pictures. And I just thought, this book is so wonderful, and it makes me feel better every time I open it. So, fast forward, I'm 18, just turning 19. My mom's like telling me, look, you either need to get back into college, or, you got to do something. And she said, look, here's a Back to Godhead. And I said, a Back to Godhead? And she said, look, it's Prabhupada, and look on the back. See, there's Prabhupada. And I said, oh, he's just a cheater like all the other yogis that are coming to the United States. Boy, was I wrong. And it seemed like Maya Devi herself heard what I said, because the next year of my life, I practically died. I got hurt and kicked and pushed and squashed so much that I realized, oh my God, there is no enjoyment in this place. There's nothing here. And I must have done something wrong. I don't know what I did. And then all of a sudden I get a phone call on the phone, and I'm moving to Arkansas to go become a veterinarian. And I get this call from a banker, and the banker's an Indian man. And he says, ma'am, what kind of banks do you bank at? And I just, right off the bat, right out of the Bhagavad Gita, I said, oh, let me see. Bankers, you're a cheater, and we don't like cheaters. He said, wait a minute, whoa, slow down. He said, you sound like a Hare Krishna. And I said, oh, Hare what? And he said, oh, Hare Krishna. And I said, whatever, okay, I don't know, but I'm going to hang up the phone now. No, don't hang up. Let's talk. And I said, okay, talk. And he proceeded to preach right from the book I was holding. And he said, turn to this chapter. And I said, okay. And he said that Tesham Satata Yuktanam Bhajatam Pritik Purvakam. And I was like, oh my gosh. You know the Bhagavad Gita as it is? And he said, yes, I study as it is. And I don't like all these other Gitas, because I had already looked in college. I looked at other Gitas, and I didn't like any of them. I liked this one. But I didn't know Prabhupada. I just knew he was the author. I just knew that he had translated it. And he said, well, you need to come to the temple. And I said, well, I'm not going anywhere. Anyway, I'm going to Arkansas. I'm going to study vet medicine. So I did. I went to Arkansas, studied vet medicine. After 2 semesters, I said, this is boring. And the guy, we were pen pals, and he would just write back and forth. So when I came to Houston, he took me to the temple with my mother. She went with us. And first person I saw when I walked in the door was His Grace, His Holiness, His Divine Grace, Tamal Krishna Goswami. And I sat next to Srila Prabhupada's Murti. I looked at the Murti looked right back at me. I'm telling you, in front of the deities. I'm not making this up. I said, Mom, this elderly gentleman is looking at me. And she said, he's a deity. I said, wait a minute, he's alive. Anyway, and to this day, I go to the temple and I get Prabhupada's glance, and he's there. And he said, why did he say that he put himself on the Vyasa sun? Does anyone remember the reason? He was touring the Los Angeles Murti Wala, and they asked Srila Prabhupada, we're putting your Murti on all the temple? He said, yes. Do you know why? So you won't put just anybody on the Vyasa sun. Because he knew the American mind. He knew the American attitude and the competitive spirit of so many that would do anything to take over ISKCON. They'd do anything for it. They'd sell their mother or all their mothers, you know? So the point is that I was lucky. My mom gave up her drug habit. My dad gave up his alcoholism. All my sisters got married. This is when I joined. That's what happened in 1978. So, all glories to Srila Prabhupada, who I thought was alive. So in the Brahmacharini ashram, I tapped Mother Krishnavesha, when is Prabhupada coming? And then she brought Krishna Bhamini. She said, ask her. I asked Krishna Bhamini, when is Srila Prabhupada coming? And they said, you're serious? And I said, yes, I'm serious. When is he coming? And then they took me into the room and sat me down and explained that there's Vani and Vapu. And I cried for a week. I didn't know what to do. And I asked Srila Prabhupada, and he came to me in a dream and he said, stay. I'm here. Stay. Anyway, I could talk for 5 years, but I'm going to get off the mic. I love you guys, and if you have any questions about why I'm so crazy, only Srila Prabhupada can tell you. Hare Krishna.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Mother Kunti ki jai. Next we'll hear from Shalagram Prabhu, followed by Meenakshi Prabhu.
So we know that Srila Prabhupada comes in a long line of spiritual masters. And this is disciplic succession. And the message from Krishna personally is handed down in this way through Lord Brahma, through the Brahma Madhva Gaudiya Sampradaya. And the principle is don't change anything. It can be adjusted according to time and place, but don't concoct something new or add something. And of course, Srila Prabhupada exemplified this in every way. At the same time, each of these acharyas preached in particular ways according to the time, place, and circumstance. So for example, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur was very, what's the word, not revolutionary, you know, where someone says things that are unusual or avant-garde, that's one thing, yes. Controversial, yes. Controversial. Yeah. Avant-garde is good too. Because he started driving in automobiles. Before him, Vaishnavas were, you know, more like Babajis. Very simple. Prabhupada said one time, a Vaishnava only uses that which he can make with his own hands. That's pretty, that's pretty powerful. But Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur showed the example of using everything in Krishna's service according to time, place, and circumstance. And Srila Prabhupada did the same. And at the same time, Srila Prabhupada was so perfect in how he did this that he had one residence out of all the temples in the world. He had one place that was that he considered to be his residence. Where was it? Mayapur. The grass, the thatched hut inside the gate to the left, that's the only place that was, Prabhupada said, you can build a wonderful temple for Krishna and you can stay in it. But the only place that was constructed specifically for him was a simple thatched hut. So he exemplified using everything in Krishna's service and not accepting anything opulent or anything for oneself. So there were two things, I think, that Srila Prabhupada introduced. One thing in particular that Srila Prabhupada introduced that was not introduced before. And it was done according to time, place, and circumstance. And that one thing, if anybody wants to guess, that was actually, that's true, that was introduced too. Brahmacharini ashram. Yes. Everyone, same, you know. Brahmacharya ashram, Brahmacharini ashram. Huh? Yep, same principle, yes. It was farm communities. Which previous acharya ever talked about farm communities? None. Why did Srila Prabhupada introduce it? Because according to the time in which he came and the world events that were going on and that would continue to go on, and the fact that modern society was becoming very very atheistic. Artificial, atheistic. He saw a need, and he saw a need for this. Simple living and high thinking. That was his motto. Simple living and high thinking. So, although Srila Prabhupada preached farm communities from the very beginning, New Vrindavan started in 1968, and he was encouraging, and he was speaking like this. At the same time, in later years, he pushed it much more strongly. And as the years went by, all the way through, he continued to push preaching and deity worship. But he continued, he increased his emphasis on farm communities as these 12 years went by, up to the point to where just before he left this world, he said, the devotees were praising him, how he has accomplished inconceivable things, more than any person could possibly hope to achieve. And Srila Prabhupada said he accepted, he acknowledged, but he said that there's one thing that I have not completed. And what is that thing? Varnashram, yes. And he said the farm communities are there for to develop Varnashram, because even though, now of course some devotees say, well, we don't need Varnashram because, we're all transcendental. But who here is not a grihastha or a brahmachari or a sannyasi, right? That's Varnashram. From the very beginning he instituted this. Had the women get married, men get married. From the very beginning he already instituted. But the Varna side is much more difficult, and Prabhupada said, Varna first, then ashram. So there was another aspect of this also, and I want to read something. I know there's still others who would like to say some things. So Srila Prabhupada was so astute in every human endeavor, philosophy, politics, sociology, all of these things. He was so astute. He understood the essence of all of these things. And so he used this in preaching Krishna consciousness. One of the things, I don't know if some of you, I'm sure you have seen some of the Prabhupada memories. And there are two things that stand out for me that Rameshwar Prabhu says about Srila Prabhupada. And one of them is his emphasis on the farm communities, and that Prabhupada said millions of people would be coming to our farm communities in the future. And the other thing was how much Srila Prabhupada spoke against godless communism. And this was something that I never really understood. It's okay, communism. But actually, Srila Prabhupada fought against this godless communism, which has essentially now taken over the world, far more than in the 1960s and 70s. And Srila Prabhupada even said at one point that there will come a war and the devotees have to fight in it. I'm telling you little things that you may not know. So I'm going to share from a morning walk on December 12th, 1973, because in my opinion, these things, when Srila Prabhupada said, just before he departed this world, 50% of my mission is not complete. And that was Varnashram, meaning the farm communities. That's how important this is. So I'm going to read from a morning walk, December 12th, 1973, on the other aspect of this. Prabhupada, there are two classes of men, the communist and the non-communist. Not exactly communist and capitalist, but communist and non-communist. Out of these two, the communists are going to be powerful. This is the world tendency. So if the world becomes full of communists, then the human civilization will be finished. All rogues and rascals, that's all. The American government wants to check this tendency, but they cannot check it if they remain so-called trust in God. That will not be possible. So according to our proposition, not only now, it is forever. Two classes of men are there, Sura and Asura. We know this. But did you know that the Asura, he's saying they are communists. Sura Asura. Vishnu Bhakto Bhavid Deva. Deva and Sura, the same thing. Asuras Tad Viparyayo, from Padma Purana. And the Asura, or the demons, godless. So if the Americans remain godless in the name of so-called trust in God, they will not be able to check this communistic movement. They will not be able. Now, if they are serious to check this communistic movement, to save the American country as well as the whole world, then they must be very serious to understand what is God and what is trust in God, because that's what it says on the currency. Otherwise, this communistic movement will finish the civilized human society. So you are thoughtful. They must be very serious about it. And this is the only movement, Krishna consciousness, which can make all people actually trust in God and explain what is meant by God. Demons, they If the communists are demons and the capitalists are also demons, fighting between demons, there will be war, loss of life, but nobody will come out victorious, and that is going on. There is occasional world war, but the situation of the world remains the same. No party has been able to change the situation of the world. What do you think, Karandara? And Prabhupada continues. Then he says, war is not bad, just like disease. If someone is diseased, then he becomes healthy. In other words, the whole polluted situation of the body becomes repaired. Just like when you get a boil or dysentery, all the poisons of the body, they become purged out. Then your health becomes nice. That is the law, nature's law. Similarly, war or famine or pestilence, they are meant for purging out all undesirable men. Some heavy statements by Prabhupada. But the demonic principle is so strong that it is not becoming so. Hare Krishna. Make this approach. The Americans have placed in their constitution, "In God we trust." It should be done very scientifically and philosophically. What is God? What is that trust? Not a vague idea. Vague ideas will not help. They will not be able to conquer over the atheistic world. Actually, if there is organized party who believe in God factually, then this demon class of men will always be vanquished. Yes, just like there was war between the Sura-Asura, demigods, and the Asuras. God, Vishnu, took the side of the demigods and came out victorious. But if both of them are demons, why Vishnu will take the side of any one of them? You fight and go to hell. That is going on. And then they talk about, starting a political party and that kind of thing. I'm going to skip ahead in this one. Just read a little bit more here. There are certain, Umapati says, there are certain restrictions about religious organizations entering politics. Prabhupada. So what does it mean? Christians, they do not take part in politics? Umapati. Well, they can't do it as Karandara, not the churches. Prabhupada. No, not the churches. Our grihastas will take part. The sannyasis will give advice. Directly, the grihastas will fight. Grihasta, not grihasta, there should be an administrative class. That is, now it is prescribed in the Bhagavad Gita there should be 4 classes, Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Sudra. Now it is spoken by God. Therefore, it should be rejected. Does it mean? God is for everything. What is this nonsense? He's saying the separation of church and state is meant to be there. It's the separation between the Brahmanas and the Kshatriyas. And Krishna acted as Kshatriya. Therefore, he should not be God? Is that a very good argument? God is all-inclusive. And religion means God's word, carrying out God's word. That is religion. So how can you make separate? There's much more, but I think you get the idea. So Srila Prabhupada came at a particular point in time, like Chakri Prabhu was saying, as we know, where the direction of the world, modern society, it was going in a particular direction. And it has continued to go in that direction. And this battle is coming to a head in the world today. This battle that Srila Prabhupada is talking about between basically the Suras and the Asuras, the devotees and the demons, it is going on right now in the world today. Even in America, around the world. And most devotees, in my understanding, don't understand what is actually going on. And I personally believe it is important to understand what is going on, because if, as Srila Prabhupada says, the Asuras take over, this country will become like communist China. How many churches are there in communist China? 0. How many Hindu temples or any kind of temples are there? 0. Religion is banned. And there are more security cameras in China than all the rest of the world put together. You cannot escape.
So this is the future that we have to look forward to if we don't act. How do we act? We go out and preach. Prabhupada said, we are only in the cities. Why? To preach. Otherwise, move to the farm community. It's that simple. And devotee said, oh, so the grahastas should move to farm community. Prabhupada said, no, everybody. Brahmacharis, sannyasis, no, everybody. So this is one of Srila Prabhupada's two things that were so critical to do. One of them, of course, we know, preach Krishna consciousness. We're in the city. The second thing is start the farm communities, develop the full social structure so that over time, gradually, we can actually implement the Varnashram system. This is the other 50% of Prabhupada's mission. And at the same time, it's important for at least some devotees to understand what is going on politically in the world and what is going to come next. And I think there will be some very big surprises coming. Every day, there are big things going on, and there are battles going on, huge battles. And some devotees, do you need to know this? Prabhupada knew it. Not that every devotee needs to know this, but some devotees should know this subject well. Because some devotees, they vote, and they vote for the asuras, because they don't understand. And of course, asuras are everywhere, this party, that party, and so forth. But still, at the heart of all of this, at the essence of it, if you learn this subject, you will find out. So this, I don't like to, I'm not trying to hijack things here, but Srila Prabhupada started this. He came at a particular junction in time, a very specific time. He said, modern society will collapse. And we're all saying, Hari Bol, or are we? We're living in modern society. What does the societal collapse look like? Do you understand what societal collapse actually looks like when it happens and you're in it? So there are difficult times coming ahead. We should all take shelter of Srila Prabhupada. We should all understand not just his books, but his morning walks, his room conversations, his letters to his disciples, so we can learn these things, and we should prepare, because all of this is Srila Prabhupada's mission, and all of it is in service to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Next we'll hear from His Grace Meenakshi Prabhu. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So we're just almost have all of the offerings on the altar now. So just a couple more minutes, we'll do the offering for Srila Prabhupada. And then after the offering is complete, we'll do Arti to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you so much.
Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimante Bhaktivedanta Namaste Saraswati Devam Gauravani Pachal Nilvisesa Sumjabadi Pachal Om Gyanati Mirandasya Gyananjana Salakaya Chaksurum Militanjana Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. So beautifully, everyone speaking about Srila Prabhupada. You have to remember, when Srila Prabhupada came, nobody was talking about this topic, about this subject. Bhagavad Gita, reincarnation. He came by himself talking exactly what we need to hear. Freedom of the jiva. So anyway, 1920, 1930, it was a big kirtan in India. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, big kirtan, a lot of mildangas, a lot of carters. There was through the village. And one village, one lady was looking the kirtan coming, and she saw the sadhu in the front, in the middle. She immediately got excited. wow, the sadhu is coming. She started looking something to give it to the sadhu. The sadhu. So the kirtan going to the street, down the street, and the kirtan already gone. To the body was talking in the back, like it usually happens, always. So, to the body was talking in the back, and the lady came with 2 lemons. Prabhu, please, take these ones to the sadhu, please. So the devotees, so many devotees in the kirtans, so many, and the festival waiting bit, 2 lemons don't going to make difference. Say, no, thank you. So anyway, the kirtan keep going. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, he stopped the kirtan. He said, somebody refused some donation from a person. And the 2 brahmachari, they was in between. So anyway, he found out. He took the kirtan back to the village, back to the house of the girl, the lady. She knocked the door, she was the sadhu right there, waiting for her. When she saw the sadhu in her place, her heart became melted. Titiksava karunika. That's the mercy of the devotee. Titiksava karunika. So, the same situation, Srila Prabhupada in that age, in that 20, 30, it was Mahatma Gandhi followers. He was with Mahatma Gandhi followers. So one day, one friend said, it's a sadhu, really nice sadhu preaching right now. Let's go and see it. But in Srila Prabhupada's case, the house of Srila Prabhupada was like a parikrama. Every day coming sadhu, swami, to eat with them, because Srila Prabhupada's father was a big exalted devotee, really nice devotee. So Srila Prabhupada said, no, probably I had to do something. But finally, his friends say, no, let's go. Then when he sat down and watching, listen, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, at the end, he say, I'm so happy that he defeated all my argument. He stayed thinking about his guru for 11 years. And his guru, the first day, he gave the instruction to come back here in our place in the east, in the west, and to spread Krishna consciousness. That was, he stayed for 11 years meditating, doing sadhana, doing pray, doing sacrifice, offering to Krishna everything, and meditating in his guru. So anyway, that's the Tiksava Karunika. Another example how Srila Prabhupada was in the Tiksava Karunika. One time, one Mr. Sethi, he came to see Srila Prabhupada. And he was a big construction guy in India. He had a lot of powerful people. He was a nice, beautiful family. And he was chanting Hare Krishna. But that occasion, he said, I want to see this guru. I want to see this. So he came to the meeting. He sat down with Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada gave the lecture, gave everything. At the end, Srila Prabhupada asked him, what you do in the morning? And Mr. Sethi said, in the morning, I take a shower, I take toast, and then I take hot coffee, and then go back to work. The first question Srila Prabhupada asked him was, what's the difference between animal and yourself and the activity? That's Titiksava Karunika. He wake up the jiva. Ji jago, gora chanda bole. He wake up that jiva, because that jiva was sleeping. Who was chanting, but at the same time, he had to do something else. So he became so much in love with Srila Prabhupada, so much doing service to Srila Prabhupada, that one time he built up some nice apartment for the devotees. And he said, Srila Prabhupada, I have to show you what I'm doing right now. Srila Prabhupada, we was very good lonely, with him, very love. With him is friendship. There was no question of the body disciple, era friendship. And then he took it to his place. Srila Prabhupada, look at what I'm doing. This one will be the ashram for the devotee. This is the kitchen. This Prabhupada stayed right there. He said, you know, exactly what you're doing for my devotee, Krishna doing something in a spiritual world for you. So that's Titiksava Karunika. Titiksava Karunika. One time he asked Srila Prabhupada, can I get initiated? Prabhupada said, you better than initiated. You're my friend. I promise I'm going to take you back home, back to God. And he was so amazing. His complete family was doing always festival with prasad distribution, preaching Hare Krishna. He is still doing the same because it's a big family, very nice. That's what Prabhupada did, you know. So anyway, this Krishna consciousness movement is Srila Prabhupada designed for us to go back to Godhead. Whatever we're doing in this life, if it's not accordingly to offer to Krishna obeisance, to Krishna surrender, and then our life is in between. Sarvadharmam parityajya mangi kansarambraya ahantuan sarvapapayo moksa jisyami masuchaha. Krishna explained very clear in Bhagavad Gita, you have to surrender to me. Srila Prabhupada said, you have to surrender to Krishna. Nothing different about that. That means the Bhagavad Gita as it is. She read the Bhagavad Gita when she was long time, and she still have it, and you have it too. Krishna, that Bhagavad Gita makes so many devotees. So many devotees. They still, devotees relating with Krishna, reciprocating with Krishna. That's the meaning of devotional service, the Krishna consciousness. We do arti, we offering to Krishna, we chant the holy name, we really associate with the devotees. This is sadhu sangha. Sadhu sangha, that what do is your spiritual life, your little plant, devotional life is growing with that association. People talking about Krishna, then you want to listen. People talking about the pastime of Krishna, have the holy name. That's the real meaning of devotional service. So, this association, this sangha, is very valuable. I mean, it's nothing you can buy in the street better than this one. This one you cannot buy, because you're getting is Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He owns everything. If he's happy, you have everything. So that's the intention of this congregation, of this Srila Prabhupada, merciful. They could be here with no knowledge, with no money, with nothing. We can, thank you very much, bro, very much. And that make our life very successful, because it's no desire you can be pleased. Here's one verse in Bhagavad Gita, probably some people they know right here, Brahma Bhuta Prasannatma, Nasochati na kanshati, Samasarve Subhutesu, Mavaktin Lavate Paran. There's a stage, Krishna explained, the jiva can get that stage. Everything what Krishna is speaking in the Bhagavad Gita is a reality for the jiva to be in different stage. We are right now, right here in this center, right here in this temple, and everybody has different evolution, different understanding about Krishna. But Brahma Bhuta Prasannatma, Nasochati, no hankering, no desire. Krishna, when you chanting the holy name, that's taking away from you. You have no desire, you have no hankering, you have no, you have no distraction, because Krishna taking your mind, Krishna sitting in your heart and looking at you and waiting for you to look at him. That's the meaning of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. When we chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Whatever you do, that's what Srila Prabhupada wants you to do. chanting the holy name. And as much as you chant, as much as you living from this system for the material living and the misery. This life is dukkhalayam asaksatam. Dukkhalayam means misery. Asaksatam means temporary. So what that means, why you want to believe misery and temporary? Because you cannot build nothing forever. Nobody can do that. So, but because that stage, Brahma-Bhuta Prasanna, that's a one part of the stage Krishna promised to you in the Bhagavad Gita. Krishna give it to you. Krishna, whatever he say in the Bhagavad Gita, you can stamp and take it back to the bank, because reality is really the system of our jiva. Our jiva is spirit soul. Our spirit soul looking for that pleasure. That's why you never will be satisfied in this material system. Srila Prabhupada say it's like a fish. You take a fish out of the water, you can put a tuxedo, you can put a limousine, you can do everything. But he is not happy. He had to go back to the water. So the jiva is the same situation. Only chanting the holy name, Hare Krishna, you can remember constantly the Supreme Lord, Supreme Personality of Godhead. It's no another different way. It's no another different way. It's the only way, Krishna consciousness. So anyway, thank you everyone for coming today to this Krishna Association of Devotees. And thank you for keep practicing sadhana. Sadhana bhakti means you have to establish some relation with Krishna. When you're chanting every day, that's sadhana bhakti. And Srimad Bhagavatam explained further that you have to do that ahaituki apratihata. Ahaituki means no interruption. That's what ahaituki. And no motivation. Only to please Krishna. That's the way you practice devotional service. Otherwise, you can get entrapped in karma yoga or jnana yoga. But you're looking for bhakti yoga. Jnana yoga is good, karma yoga is good, but the higher is bhakti yoga. Raja Vidya, Raja Guhyam, Pavitram, Idam, Uttaman. That's the higher level to understand Krishna movement, to understand why we're chanting, why we're offering prasadam, why we're serving to Krishna without pay. Why? Bhakti yoga. Premanjana churito bhakti vilochanena. It's no another way. It's no another way. Only to please Lord Krishna. Our soul need, we are very thirsty, very hungry about Krishna consciousness. But we have to implement, we have to associate constantly and define our existence that way. Because this body is going to die. So if you want to die in Krishna consciousness, or you want to die getting another body. I was reading the other day, that when you have a big house, and you get attached to the big house, you can come back in 3 different species, or tree, or dog, or snake. So anyway, that's very important that you have to realize that we are not coming back to this system. We have to get out. Whatever you have in your pocket belongs to Krishna. But you don't realize because you persist. It's like the son in the Bible. He wanted, hey father, I wanted my inheritance. I had to enjoy. And then when he spent everything, he came back to his father. Father, the only way I can live is with you only. So that's Krishna waiting for us. That's the meaning of this devotional service. Anyway. And let's say one more time, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. Now there will be the kirtan for the days. Yeah. He's coming, yeah. So we're going to do the celebration with Srila Prabhupada right now. So thank you everyone for being patient. Thank you very much. And then after that, we have the prasadam, the festival, please. Jaya Prabhupada Jaya, Prabhupada Jaya, Prabhupada Jaya, Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jagaguru Srila Prabhupada. Jagaguru Srila Prabhupada.
Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada. Sorry. Samsara or Guru Puja? Samsara Dava Nalali Dhaloka Tranaya Karunya Ganaganatyam Praptasya Kalyana Gunarnavasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Kalyana Gunarnavasya Vande Guru Shri Mahaprabhu Kirtanya Nritya Gita Varitramadyan Manasora Sena Mahaprabhu Gita Ramadhan Romanchakam Bhashutaranga Bhajo Vande Guru Sri Charanaravinda Shutaranga Bhajo Vande Guru Sri Charanaravinda Vande Guru Sri Charanaravinda Vande Guru Sri Charanaravinda right here. Vande Guru Sri Sri Vigrahara Dhana Nityanana Shringaratan Mandira Marjanado Yuktasya Bhaktam Shanayum Jatopi Vande Guru Sri Charanaravinda Chatur Vidhashri Bhagavat Prasado Sadhana Triptan Haribhakta Sangha Jai Srila Prabhupada Sadhana Triptan Haribhakta Kridvaiva Triptin Bhajato Sadaiva Vande Guru Sri Charanaravinda Vande Guru Sri Charanaravinda Sri Radhika Madhavayora Para Madhu Jalila Gunarupa Namna Praktik Shanashva Dhanalolupasya Vande Guru Sri Charanaravinda Jai Srila Prabhupada Vande Guru Sri Kunjayuno Ratikeli Siddhai Jalali Virjukira Pekshani Jai Prabhupada Jalali Virjukira Pekshani Tatrati Daksharati Valabhasya Vande Guru Sri Charanaravinda Srila Prabhupada, Hari Hari Bol, Govinda. Shakshad Haritvena Samasta Shastre Yuktashtata Bhavyata Iva Shadvi Samasta Shakshan Haritena Samasta Shastre Yuktashtata Bhavyata Iva Shadvi Vena Samasta Shastre Hari Hari Shakshan Hari Bhavyata Kintu Prabhuya Priyaiva Tasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Jai Prabhupada Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Jasya Prasadat Bhagavat Prasado Yasya Prasada Nagati Kutopi Yasya Prasada Yasya Prasada Yasya Prasadat Bhagavat Prasado Yasya Prasada Nagati Kutopi Yasya Prasada Yasya Jayang Subham Stasya Sri Sanjam Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Subham Stasya Sri Sanjam Vande Guru Shri Jayang Subham Stasya Sri Sanjam Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Subham Vande Guru Shri Samsara Dava Nalalita Loka Pranaya Karunya Gana Ganatya Karunya Gana Samsara Dava Nalalita Loka Pranaya Karunya Gana Ganatya Nalalita Loka Praptasya Kaya Nagunarnavasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Jai Prabhupada Vande Guru Shri Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada. Jai Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namane Namo Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namane Namah Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Prachadane Nirvisesha Shunyavadi Pashyata Deshatarine Namaste Saraswati Gauravani Prachadane Nirvisesha Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Gaur Hari Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Gaur Hari Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gora, 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 Hare Bolo. Gora, 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 Hare. Bolo Nitai Goranga, Gora, Hare. Ajay Sachinandana, Gora, Hare. Bolo Nitai Goranga, Nitai Goranga. Nitai Goranga, Nitai Goranga. Bolo Jai Sachinandana, Gora Hare. Jai Sachinandana, Gora Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Kalachandi, Jai Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra. Jai Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Gaur Hare Ba, Hare Ba, Hare Ba, Gaura Hare Ba. Jaya Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jayam Vishnupad Paramahansa Parivrargacharya Astotarasata Sri Srimad His Divine Loving Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai ISKCON BBD Founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Jayam Spa Paramahansa Parivrargacharya Astotarasata Sri Srimad Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Prabhupada Ki Jai Ananda Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai ISKCON Guru Vrinda Ki Jai Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai Sri Rup Sri Sanatan Bhatta Ragana Shri Jiva Gopal Bhatta Das Ragana Sat Gosai Prabhu Ki Jai Sri Sri Panchatattva Ki Jai Sri Sri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shamakunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Ki Jai Sri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai Sri Navadvip Mayapur Dham Ki Jai Sri Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Jai Ganga Mai Ki Jai Sri Jamuna Mai Ki Jai Tulsi Devi Ki Jai Bhakti Devi Ki Jai Sri Harinam Sankirtan Ki Jai The Most Holy Disappearance Day of Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai The Most Holy Disappearance Day of Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Nitai Gaur Premanandi All glories to the Sum of Devotees Hare Krishna All glories to the Sum of Devotees Hare Krishna All glories to the Sum of Devotees Hare Krishna All glories to Guru and Gauranga. I wanted to say how beautiful the offering is Pastram Pushpam Palam Toyam Yome Bhakta Prayachiti. Kalachandji got a beautiful offering of fruits and all different varieties of preparations like the anakut, kind of like the after Govardhan effect. Right. And I want to thank all the devotees who cooked the feast, offered to the Lord and to Srila Prabhupada, all the devotees that helped cut up, all the devotees who dressed the deities in such an amazing, beautiful way. Shri Radha Kalachandji Ki Jai. And all the devotees who have come to participate in glorifying Srila Prabhupada. Go Premanandi!
Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Shri Radha Kalachandji Ki Jai. Shri Radha Govinda Dev Ki Jai. Shri Gaur Nitai Ki Jai. Thank you all. So have we had Nrsingadev prayers yet? Okay, so we'll have Nrsingadev prayers and then we'll have a wonderful feast to honor Srila Prabhupada. We'll be serving the prasadam downstairs and then the upstairs hall is open for us to go sit there. And yes. Thank you all so much for being here. We're looking for some volunteers to help serve. We need about 5 devotees to help with serving. And then again, with the cleanup afterwards, 4 devotees to help wash pots and another couple devotees to help clean up the hall. So please let me know if you would like to help with that. Jai. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai.
Namaste Narasimhaya.
Namaste Narasimhaya.
Prahlada Hadajine. Hiranjakashi Purvasaha. Shilatan Kana Khalaye. Ito Nisingho Parato Nisingho. Ito Jato Jato Jamitato Nisingho. Bahir Nisingho Ridaya Nisingho. Nisinghamadin Saranan Prabhadana Singha. Tabakara Kamalabhare Nakan Adbhuta Singan Dalita Hiranjakashipu Tano Bringam Kesavadrita Narahare Rupa Jai Jagadisa Hare Jai Jagadisa Hare Jai Jagadisa Hare Tabakara Kamalabhare Nakan Abhuta Singa Kalita Hiranyakashipu Jai Jagadish, Jai 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 Jagadish, oh Jagadish Hare, Jai Jagadish Hare, Kesavadrita Narahare Rupa, Jai Jagadish Hare, Jai Jagadish Hare. Jai Jagadisa Hare, oh Kesavadrita Narahare Rupa, Jai Jagadisa Hare, Jai Nisimhade, Jai Jagadisa Hare.